Mountains don't care who you are. They don't care how skilled, how prepared, or how desperate you might be. Every year, search teams step into the world above the tree line, where the rules of life and death start to blur. They go looking for the lost, but sometimes what they find defies explanation. Equipment behaving wrong, tracks that circle back, voices calling through dead radios. These are true accounts, from rescuers, rangers, and mountaineers who made it back. Barely. This is terrifying true tales. Remote mountain search missions. Bone-chillin' stories drawn from the edge of the map, where nature ends and something else begins. My name is Owen Patel, Park Ranger, Glacier National Park District 4. I've worked search and rescue for 7 years, long enough to know that what people imagine about the wilderness rarely matches what it actually is. It's not the bears or cougars that get you. It's the small, stupid things. An unzipped tent in a storm, a missed step near shale, one wrong turn when the clouds drop low. When they called about Ranger Tom Nilsson, it was a routine notice at first. Overdue check. In from the East Patrol Road near McDonald Creek. Tom had gone out 2 nights before to inspect flood damage after the spring thaw. He was a steady guy, early 40s. The sort who checks every latch on the supply shed. Married, 1 kid in Kalispell. He'd logged his planned overnight along the creek. Loop back through Avalanche Lake by morning. I was off duty that morning, drinking burnt coffee in the mess hall, when dispatch radioed that hikers had found a ranger pack floating downstream. The tag read Nilsson. By the time I reached the site, the pack had lodged itself in a shallow bend, where the creek curved under a cedar root. The current was fast but clear, snowmelt bright as glass. His field notebook and bear spray were inside, still zipped. No sign of damage. Ranger Emily Kearns, my partner for the search, crouched beside me. If he went in here, she said, it wouldn't float far. Water's too shallow. I agreed. The current cut sharp turns and then widened into long pools a body would snag in the debris. But downstream was spotless. No torn fabric. No prints in the mud except ours. We set a perimeter, flagged the banks, and started upstream. It's counterintuitive. Walking against the flow when you're looking for someone who might have gone down it. But the creek told a different story. Snapped branches pointing upstream. Small scratches on the rock faces, like something heavy had scraped backward. By noon, we reached the point where the creek widened into a calm, clear basin maybe 30 feet across. Locals called it Glass Pool. The name fit, the bottom looked close enough to touch. In the still water, a pair of boots stood upright on the gravel bank. I remember the pause before we said anything. Just the wind through cedar needles, and the creek murmuring like it didn't notice us. The boots were regulation issue, same as mine. Mud spattered, but neatly side by side. Look staged, Emily muttered. Or he took them off before crossing. She shook her head. Water's 40 degrees. Nobody wades barefoot here. We photographed everything. Boots, nearby prints, the pack from earlier. His socks were rolled inside each boot. The ground around them was smooth. No drag marks, no scuffle, no other impressions that made sense. Standard protocol kicked in. We radioed command, logged coordinates, and began a grid search both directions. I took north along the ridgeline. Emily handled the south bank. The afternoon blurred into that steady rhythm of search work. Scan mark, call out. Every 15 minutes, a radio check. At 1500 hours, A rescue diver unit arrived from the main station. They suited up, zipped dry suits, clipped harnesses. I briefed them and stayed nearby in case debris needed hauling. I've watched plenty of recovery dives, but the way the light hit the pool that day made it strange. The water magnified everything. The stones below. The way air bubbles crawled up the diver's fins. They moved slow, methodical. 10 minutes. 20, then one surfaced, shaking his head. Nothing but clear rock and runoff silt. They made a second pass. This time, the diver signaled for extraction, climbed out, and handed me something between his fingers. A laminated ID badge, bent and scratched but legible. Ranger Thomas Nilsson. That alone wasn't odd. What was odd came next. Coordinates from their dive computer placed the find 50 yards uphill from the pool. "Oh, Phil." I repeated. The diver nodded. "Yeah, we started our descent there. Found it wedged between stones under a small overhang. No water flow that high." Emily checked her map. 50 yards up from the pool. "That's dry slope." "How the hell?" She didn't finish. We hiked up to verify. The slope was a clutter of deadfall and moss, covered rock, steep but not impossible. Sure enough, under a low shelf of shale we found the mark where the diver had dislodged something. No other trace. No blood, no torn fabric. Nothing to say a man had ever been there. We ran the rest of the search until dusk, extending the grid to a half-mile radius. Command ordered a temporary suspension at nightfall. Tom was listed missing, presumed drowned, pending further evidence. I drove back to base in silence. Glacier after dark feels endless. No lights, just outlines of firs, and the faint white hum of meltwater. Inside the operations office, the smell of coffee and damp gear clung to everything. I filled out my incident report, noting timestamps, weather, water temperature, GPS coordinates, and evidence recovered. Then I stared at the photo of those boots. The neatness of them. The way they pointed toward the water. Toes aligned like someone had squared them deliberately. When you've done enough recoveries, you learn to spot small human details. Panic leaves chaos. Boot prints scrambled, torn brush, something frantic in the spacing of steps. But calm scenes like that. Boots placed side by side, gear intact. Those get under your skin. It means intention. At 2100 hours, Emily knocked on the office door. "You still here?" "Finishing paperwork." She leaned against the frame, arms crossed. I checked the incident logs. "You know how many times gear's been found upstream in that area?" I frowned. Upstream, 3 in the past decade. 2 hikers, 1 ranger back in '09. Packs recovered from water that runs the opposite direction from where they disappeared. I tried to rationalize it. Eddies. Reverse flow during melt surges, shifting tributaries, but none of those could move an object uphill. Emily must have seen the doubt in my face. "Hydrologists coming tomorrow. Maybe there's a pressure pocket or sink cycle we don't know about." Maybe. When she left, I reread Tom's field notes from the recovered pack. His last entry was dated 2 nights prior. Time-stamped 1842. Freak high but clear. Noted debris line along ridge. "We'll check source in morning." Noise upstream after dusk, maybe elk. Water temperature 41 degrees F. There was no next page. I signed off my report at 22:07:13 and turned off the office lights. The hallway hummed with the old fluorescent buzz that every ranger station seems cursed with. I paused by the locker row. Tom's was still open. Uniform folded, lunch thermos on the shelf. His kid's drawing taped to the inside wall. A crayon mountain with the words "Dad's Park." I shut the door quietly. The next morning, operations resumed. Search teams widened to both sides of McDonald Creek. Aerial support scanning for color anomalies. I joined the north team again with Emily. Fog clung low, softening everything into gray watercolor. At 08:30, our tracker, Luis Ortega, called us over to a narrow bend upstream. "Got something," he said, crouching by the mud. At first glance it looked like another boot print. Same tread as standard Ranger issue. But only one, deep and crisp, pointing uphill. No second print nearby. No entry or exit pattern. Just one isolated step, as if someone had pressed their foot there and vanished. Louis shrugged. Could be old. Hard to tell with the moisture. We marked it, photographed, logged coordinates. But even Louis looked unsettled. He'd tracked people through snowstorms and flash floods. He knew what consistent movement looked like. By mid-morning, the hydrologist, Dr. Keene, arrived from headquarters. White hard hat, clipboard, the kind who measures things in absolutes. We briefed him, and he spent an hour surveying the pool and surrounding slope. When he finally came over, his tone was matter of fact. There's no reverse current strong enough to push debris uphill 50 yards. However, he said, tapping the map, there is an underground channel here, old lava tube or frost fissure, that could redirect flow seasonally. If the creek overflows, it might create temporary suction pockets. Enough to move an ID badge uphill, Emily asked. Keene shrugged. Water does strange things under pressure. Doesn't mean anything supernatural's going on. We thanked him, though none of it sat right. At lunch, we ate beside the trailhead. The air smelled like cedar and wet stone. Emily flipped through photos on her phone. Boots, the pool, the slope. She stopped on one image, zoomed in. "See that?" she said. In the corner of the photo, just beyond the boots, a faint outline in the gravel. Parallel grooves, maybe finger width apart, running from the water's edge toward the tree line. Drag marks, I asked. Could be runoff. Or she trailed off. We didn't say it. By 1500 hours, Command authorized extended search to the ridge where Tom's badge was found. We climbed in a steady drizzle, the kind that soaks through even Gore-Tex. The forest changed with elevation. Thicker moss, fewer pines, more rock. Halfway up, I noticed a torn scrap of reflective tape caught on a branch. It matched Ranger field gear. We tagged it, logged it, and kept going. At the crest, the sound of the creek faded, only wind now threading through snags. I checked my GPS 48.2A6 and 113.789 Razor W, close to where Tom's last radio ping had registered. We spread out, 10 meters apart, combing the ridgeline. Nothing but rock, snow patches, and twisted roots. Then Emily called out. Here. She stood by a hollow where a large cedar had uprooted decades ago, leaving a pit of tangled soil and roots. In the muck at the bottom, half buried under needles, was a metal belt clasp. Standard Ranger issue. Initials TN engraved on the back. It wasn't rusted. It looked freshly dropped. We photographed, bagged, logged. No other sign of him. No body. No trail. Just these neat fragments that made no chronological sense. Packed downstream. Badge uphill. Belt at the ridge line in between. Back at camp, Emily broke the silence. You think he staged it? Why would he? To vanish. Start over. People snap sometimes. Tom. He's got a kid. She sighed. People with kids snap too. Maybe she was right. But when I thought of those boots, perfectly squared by the pool, I felt something colder than grief. Something like recognition. Not of the cause, but of the pattern. Because every ranger learns, sooner or later, that the land keeps its own kind of logic. Not mystical, not malevolent, just indifferent. And sometimes that's worse. That night I dreamed of the creek, the sound of it echoing against stone. In the dream, the water ran both directions at once. The next morning came colorless and cold, fog curling off the creek like smoke from invisible fires. Our boots left soft prints in the silted path, vanishing within minutes as mist rolled back down from the ridge. We'd spent the night in the field base, at McDonald Outpost. Old log structure, diesel heater that coughed more than it warmed, and a radio line that kept stuttering between static bursts. Emily slept maybe 2 hours. I didn't bother trying. The image of those neatly placed boots replayed every time I closed my eyes. At dawn, Command briefed us again. Expand the radius 5 miles north and west. Grid every drainage line. Photograph every new item. No speculation in reports. Officially, Nilsson was now missing in rugged terrain. Unofficially, we all knew the window for survival had passed. Still, we searched. That's the part civilians never get. How much time goes into combing square after square of forest, hoping for something as small as a torn strap or the glint of metal? The quiet stretches longer than the hours themselves. I took the northern sector with Emily and Louise. The creek's voice followed us, always audible, even when out of sight, like it was threading through every hollow under the ground. By mid-morning, the fog lifted enough to reveal the slopes above Glass Pool. That's when Louise spotted movement upstream, a flash of color where no color should be. We pushed through alder brush, boots sliding on slick roots, and came to a narrow feeder stream that split from the main current. Floating there, half lodged between stones, was a blue plastic water bottle with Tom's initials scratched into the base. Emily crouched, netted it, checked the cap. Sealed tight. Inside was clear water. The label on the side read Ranger Supply Depot 7, issued 2022. It hadn't been in the water long. I knelt beside the feeder stream. The current there was mild, barely enough to move leaves. The surrounding mud was unmarked. No prints. No sign of a fall. Just the bottle as if placed deliberately. Louis took a photo, noted the coordinates. He didn't say it, but I could see the same question flicker across his face. How does one man's gear keep migrating uphill? We spent the next 3 hours canvassing that slope. Emily found more scraps of reflective tape, some frayed like they'd been peeled from fabric. I found nothing but branches that creaked in the wind. At noon, the drone team launched 2 quadcopters from the clearing below. From the ridge, I watched their red marker lights trace patterns over the forest canopy. On the screen, the operator pointed out a faint indentation near the creek's upper bend, an oval of discolored ground, maybe 6 by 4 feet, lighter than the soil around it. Could be a collapsed burrow, Louise suggested. Or a sink cavity, Emily said. We marked it for inspection and began the climb. The ground softened as we neared it, moss giving way to spongy mud. When we reached the spot, I expected a hole. Instead, the surface was intact, a thin crust over something hollow. I tapped it with my boot. The sound was muted, like drumming on a soaked log. Louis knelt, slid his knife into the edge, and pried a section loose. Water seeped through instantly, cold and clear. Beneath the layer of earth, we saw stones, smooth arranged in a circular pattern, like an old fire ring now buried by time. Old campsite? I said. Too clean, Emily murmured. No ash, no char. Just river stone. We logged it anyway. When you've been in the field long enough, certain details stick for no logical reason. For me, it was the symmetry. The way those stones curved in a near perfect oval, all faced the same direction, every edge smoothed as if by current. We pressed on upstream. By mid-afternoon, the weather turned. A chill wind swept down the valley, and the sky flattened into dull pewter. The creek changed tone, deeper now, more insistent. At 1400 hours, command radioed that a volunteer diver team was coming back for a secondary sweep near Glass Pool. They'd found nothing new at base depth, but they wanted to explore the side channels branching from the main pool. Emily and I decided to circle back to assist. The hike down took 2 hours, rain mixing with sleet by the time we reached the basin. The divers were already in, 3 of them, black suits glistening under gray light. Their support techs huddled under a tarp with clipboards and thermoses. Visibility's dropping fast. One diver told me as he adjusted his mask, "We'll go 30 yards. Then call it." They slipped into the water silently, fins slicing through the glass-like surface. Emily and I watched from shore. The pool swallowed sound, even their air bubbles muted to a faint hiss. After 10 minutes, one diver surfaced, signaling for the line tender to reel slack. I thought they were coming up early, maybe due to current shift. But then he waved again, urgent, and shouted through his regulator. Found something wedged. They pulled it up together. 2 divers bracing, one hauling a rope. A heavy object broke the surface and rolled onto the gravel, a folded rain jacket, forest green, mud, streaked but intact. Emily crouched first. "It's his," she said quietly. "Issued last quarter." Inside the left pocket was a small spiral notebook, soaked but legible in parts. The last page read, "Water level stable. Heard whistling near upper basin. No sign of hikers. May check source at dawn. No date. No coordinates." The diver team leader squatted beside us. "We found it jammed between stones near the outlet vent, 30 feet down. No body. No other debris. Outlet vent." I looked toward where he pointed, just below the pool's lip, where water spilled into a narrow stone throat. It was hardly visible unless you crouched low. The current vanished into that dark gap and reappeared again 50 feet downstream. It made sense for debris to get trapped there. What didn't make sense was how something from above, like the ridge or the dry slope, ended up in a submerged fissure with no inflow. The search logs would later list it as anomalous drift, a convenient term for what we couldn't explain. That night, command suspended dive ops due to temperature drop. We pitched tents near the ranger outpost. The forest hummed with meltwater and wind. Inside my tent, the heater clicked, struggling. I reviewed my notes by headlamp, flipping between timestamps. Pack found Zo 934 downstream. Boots at 11:30 near pool. ID badge L20, belt clasp ridge, 1645. Now the jacket at 1500 the next day, roughly central among all previous finds. It was as if someone had drawn a triangle on the terrain and left one object at each point. Around midnight, Emily tapped on the tent flap. "You awake?" "Yeah." She slipped inside, breath fogging. Dispatch got a call from Tom's wife. She said he called her that night, just before he went missing. My pulse hitched. "What time?" 2100 hours. Same evening he logged his last note. "What'd he say?" She couldn't tell. Poor connection. He said something like, "I can see it now. It's clear all the way through." Then the line cut. I sat there listening to the tent fabric shiver in the wind. "All the way through," I repeated. Emily nodded. That's what she remembers. The heater clicked off, leaving only the sound of the creek somewhere below. We didn't talk again until morning. When daylight came, thin and colorless, I walked down to the pool alone. Mist still drifted over the water. The divers had packed out, leaving neat boot prints along the gravel. I crouched at the bank where Tom's boots had stood. The surface was calm enough to see my reflection, muted by ripples, pale under the light. A pine cone floated past, spun once, and disappeared into the outlet vent. No sound, no turbulence. Just gone. I followed the outflow downstream for about 50 yards until it rejoined the main creek. There, the water turned fast again, tumbling over stones slick with moss. I crouched low, tracing how the channel twisted through small cracks, disappearing under roots before surfacing again in a clear sheet. That's when I saw it, half buried in gravel at the edge of the flow. Something metallic catching sunlight. I reached down and pulled out a radio transceiver, mud, clogged but unmistakably Ranger issue. The label was faded, but the scratched letters matched the serial for Tom's unit. I wiped the screen, clicked the power switch. It buzzed weakly. Battery nearly dead, but a single burst of static came through, followed by a faint tone. A beep, repeating every 15 seconds. Emily arrived a few minutes later, breathless from the climb. You found something. I held it out. His radio. She crouched beside me, listened. The tone kept pulsing, steady as a heartbeat. Could it be a beacon signal? She asked. Maybe. We followed the sound upstream, holding the radio like a divining rod. The signal strengthened near the slope where this badge had been recovered. Louis met us halfway up, confused when he saw us pacing in circles with the device. It's like it's pinging from under the ground, Emily said. He pressed his ear close, frowned. Could be interference, metal deposits, old wires. There are no wires here, I said. We triangulated the position. The old-fashioned way 3 bearings, intersecting within a radius of 20 meters. The center point landed on that same oval patch we'd uncovered the day before, the crusted ground over the circle of stones. Louis knelt, set his pack down, and listened again. The beeping grew louder, echoing faintly from beneath the soil. Maybe there's a cavity, he said. I wanted to stop him then. Not out of fear, but a sense that we were about to cross into something we wouldn't be able to log neatly later. But procedure is procedure. Louis dug first, using his trowel to peel away the moss. The surface gave easily, soft as soaked bark. Underneath was clear water, maybe 6 inches deep, resting atop solid stone. The beeping came through sharper now, like the signal was trapped just below that thin layer. Emily dropped a probe thermometer in, reading 39 F, same as the creek. It's all connected, she said quietly. We widened the opening. The water shimmered faintly, reflecting light even where there was no sky overhead. I leaned closer and noticed something moving beneath the surface. Tiny air pockets tracing lazy circles, as though trapped under glass. Then, as if on cue, the radio in my hand went silent. No beep, no static, just dead air. Emily checked her watch. 14:52. Mark that. Louis looked at me. You think it's flooded channel beneath? Maybe, I said, though I didn't believe it. We sealed the site, logged our coordinates, and hiked back to camp. That night, the wind shifted east, bringing the smell of wet pine and distant snow. I sat outside the tent, radio beside me, waiting for another tone. None came. Only the constant murmur of water through stone, steady, patient and impossibly even. When I finally lay down, I caught myself listening for it anyway. That faint mechanical heartbeat buried somewhere under the ground. And just before sleep took me, I realized something simple and precise: every piece of Tom's gear we'd found so far. The pack, boots, badge, belt, jacket. And now the radio had formed a perfect ascending line on the topographic map. A straight path, running uphill against the flow. The third morning broke dry but colder, frost webbing the grass outside camp like white lace. Clouds hung low over the valley, dull as unpolished tin. From where I stood by the cook stove, I could hear the creek running 100 yards off, steady as breath. It had become background noise, constant, low, never ending. Command had sent 2 new techs overnight, a hydrologist's assistant and a ranger from the East District named Becker, tall, quiet, already looking like he regretted being volunteered. Their orders were clear: open the cavity we'd found and map the subsurface channel. We moved out just after 0800 hours. Emily led with the GPS unit. Luis carried excavation gear, and I hauled sample containers. Becker followed with the ground-penetrating radar, which looked more like a lawn mower than anything scientific. When we reached the oval patch, frost still coated the moss. The shallow hole from yesterday was crusted with ice, thin as paper. Beneath it, the water shimmered faintly, still clear, still unmoving. Becker set up his scanner, ran a few passes, then crouched beside the monitor. "There's definitely a void under here," he said. "Maybe 2 meters deep. Looks like the rock underneath is fractured limestone. Makes sense for groundwater pockets." "Any connection to the creek?" I asked. "Can't tell yet, but the shape's too linear to be natural erosion." Emily looked over his shoulder. "Linear how?" "Straight channel, like a trench. Man-made maybe. Old infrastructure, culvert, something like that. No records showed any culvert or pipe this far into the backcountry." Still, we set to work. Luis and Becker cleared the topsoil while I logged timestamps. The air smelled metallic, like cold river stone and wet iron. By 0930, they'd widened the hole to 4 feet across. Water welled up as fast as they scooped it out, pooling clear and silent. Becker frowned at the stone beneath. "This isn't limestone," he said. "It's poured. Concrete." Emily blinked. "You're kidding." He chipped at the edge with his trowel. The surface was smooth, gray, with embedded aggregate. Undeniably human-made. "Could be old park infrastructure," he said, uncertain now. "Pre-war, maybe. Before the dam system was built." I noted the observation, though I knew the maps. Nothing like that had ever been listed here. Louise ran a metal probe along the edge and felt a seam. "There's a gap," he said. He pried at it until a section flaked loose, revealing a small recess below, like the corner of a buried trough. Water filled it instantly. "Stand back," Becker warned, easing the rest of the slab open. It lifted easier than expected, as though unsealed from below by pressure. Inside was a narrow shaft, maybe 3 feet across, filled halfway with water. A faint current rippled within, invisible moments before. I leaned over and shone my light down. The beam pierced clear water, reflecting off walls smooth to a curve. Emily crouched beside me. How deep? Hard to tell. 10 feet? Maybe more. Becker set the scanner beside the hole again, adjusted frequency. It extends north, parallel to the ridge. I'd say 50 yards minimum. Luis exhaled softly. Underground feeder to the creek? Maybe. But the grade's wrong, Becker said. It rises uphill. The words hit the air like a stone dropped into still water. None of us responded right away. Emily finally said, "You're sure?" He nodded, eyes on the monitor. Elevation increases along the void. The channel climbs. Lewis let out a quiet laugh that didn't sound amused. "Water doesn't climb." "No," Becker said. We radioed command, explained what we'd found. They told us to halt excavation, wait for survey authorization. But in the field, waiting's a luxury. Water moves, evidence shifts. We decided to at least lower a camera line. At 1100 hours, I threaded a tethered GoPro down the shaft. The feed came through on my tablet, grainy but clear enough. For the first few feet, nothing. Just smooth walls and rippling light. Then the tunnel widened slightly, revealing scattered debris leaves, small stones, and what looked like fabric fragments caught against the curve. Emily pointed. "Pause there. Zoom." I adjusted the focus. The fragment was dull green, folded over itself. "Could be a shirt sleeve," Lewis murmured. The current nudged it once, and something metallic flashed beneath. "A button, maybe." Becker leaned in closer. "Keep going another 5 feet." The camera moved forward until the tether pulled taut. The tunnel bent upward, vanishing into brightness. I expected the image to darken, but instead it bloomed white, as if light was entering from above. Then the feed cut. The tablet screen froze on that frame. Pure white. I reeled the line up fast. The camera emerged dripping, lens fogged but intact. Power light still on. No reason for the signal loss. We sat there in silence, the wind rattling the trees. Finally, Emily said, "If the tunnel rises, that light could be the upper exit. Or daylight from a fissure," Becker offered. "Could be natural." "Then why concrete walls?" she asked. He didn't answer. By afternoon, command granted clearance for limited entry. Louise volunteered to lower himself, partway with a harness. He was the smallest of us, and the least likely to panic underground. We rigged the line to a cedar route, tested load, clipped him in. At 1430 hours, he descended slowly, headlamp cutting through the water. The surface swallowed him waist deep, then chest. The line trembled as he eased into the tunnel. "Depth," I called. "About 8 feet to the curve," he answered, voice muffled by echo. "Walls are smooth. I can feel air above me." He paused. "There's a draft. Cold, moving upward." Emily checked her altimeter. Upward flow confirmed. Pressure drops minor but real. Lewis moved farther in, 1 foot at a time. "Okay, I see something ahead. Light spot, like an opening." Static crackled through the line. "Louis, repeat." No response. "Louis, come again." Silence. The rope shifted once. Tension upward, then slack. "Pull him up," Emily said. We hauled fast, hands burning on the rope. The line came wet but clean, no snags. After 10 seconds, his head broke the surface. He coughed, sputtering. I grabbed his arm. "You all right?" He nodded, blinking hard.
Yeah.
"Just my radio cut out." "Thought I heard." He stopped. "Heard what?" I asked. He wiped his face, water running down his sleeve. Running water. Loud, like a river, but inside the tunnel. I looked back, and it was dry behind me. We helped him out. He was shaking, but more from cold than fear. Becker examined the shaft again. "Pressure change might have created auditory distortion," he said. "Water movement in confined spaces can sound amplified." Emily shot him a look. "You weren't down there." He ignored her. We sealed the shaft temporarily with tarpon markers. Command wanted sample vials and pH readings before any re-entry. As the others packed up, I lingered. I watched the water settle, surface smoothing into perfect stillness. The reflection of the sky above it looked unnaturally sharp, like glass. That night at base, I logged the day's data. My report was factual: subsurface channel found, direction anomalous, measurements pending confirmation. No speculation. But in the remarks section, I added a single line. All evidence to date indicates flow reverting from natural gravity direction. No hydrological explanation currently adequate. At 2200 hours, I stepped outside for air. The forest was black except for a faint glow on the horizon. I followed the sound of the creek, flashlight off. The water's voice was louder now, echoing off the trees. When I reached Glass Pool, moonlight made the surface shine like polished steel. The outlet vent gurgled faintly, pulsing like a slow breath. Then I noticed movement on the far bank. Small ripples spreading outward, as if something had just stepped in. "Emily," I called. No answer. The ripples widened, crossed halfway, then stilled. I scanned the shoreline, empty. No footprints, no broken brush. Just the sound of water flowing both directions, impossible to separate which way was real. Back at camp, Emily sat by the heater, awake. "You were by the pool," she said. "How'd you know?" She pointed at the mud on my boots. Same silt color. We didn't talk about what we both kept hearing in the creek. The low whistle that came and went with the wind, like someone exhaling through hollow stone. 2 days later, the official report closed the case. Body unrecovered. Hydrology labeled it unusual current inversion due to subterranean venting. File stored, case number 1406 GNP. We hiked out under clear sky. Spring sunlight melting the last of the frost. But when we passed the bend where Tom's pack had been found, I saw something that made me stop. In the shallows, tangled in cedar roots, was a small plastic field marker flag, the kind we'd used during the search. The tag number was mine. I'd placed it 50 yards upstream. Emily saw it too. Her voice was quiet. "You sure you didn't drop another?" "No," I said. "I'm sure. We left it there." Back at headquarters, I boxed the recovered items: pack, boots, badge, belt clasp, jacket, radio. Each tagged, logged, sealed. Before I closed the lid, I noticed a fine film of dried silt coating every surface. Same pale grit from the creek bed. When the box tilted, a few grains spilled onto the desk, scattering like dust. I brushed them into my palm and caught a faint shimmer, almost iridescent. Emily watched from the doorway. "You keeping some?" I closed my hand. "Just checking consistency." She nodded slowly, then left without another word. That night, I dreamed of water again. Running clear over glass, climbing upward through stone. When I woke before dawn, the sound didn't fade. It was still there, faint but constant, like a creek flowing through the pipes beneath the floor. I walked outside, needing to see. The real creek was miles off, beyond the ridge, but I followed the sound anyway. Past the parking lot, through the trees, until I reached a shallow ditch behind the ranger station. A trickle of meltwater ran through it, bright under the first light of morning. It came from uphill. For a moment I watched it, trying to believe the obvious explanation: runoff, drainage, coincidence. But the slope rose steadily from there to the road. No grade, no pipe, just solid ground. The water gleamed as it moved, clean and unhurried, whispering over stone. I stood there until the sun came fully up. Then I turned away and walked back to the station, telling myself what I'd always told trainees, hikers, and myself whenever something out here didn't make sense. Nature isn't strange. It just doesn't care to be understood. And yet even now, when I close my eyes, I can hear Glass Creek running uphill. Quiet, patient, endless. My name is Isla Vance. I have worked as a ranger in the southern stretch of the Appalachian Range for a little over 9 years, mostly in search and rescue and backcountry enforcement. The forest here is older than our maps, older than the names carved into its trail signs. Even after years of hiking it, I still feel like a guest walking through someone else's house. You learn early that the mountains have rules. Stay on marked trails, keep your radio dry, and never assume quiet means safety. The call came in late on a Friday in May, just after the semester ended at the local university. 4 college students from out of state, 2 men, 2 women, were overdue on a weekend loop through the park. Their permit had them camping 2 nights along the eastern ridge, near a connector called the 3 Points Trail. The dispatcher's voice on the radio was flat when she said it. 3 Points. She didn't need to remind me. We all knew that section. 3 Points was once part of the main trail network, before a wildfire gutted the ridge about 7 years ago. A dry lightning strike rolled across it in 2018 and burned everything down to mineral soil. The fire was erratic, fast, and strange in its pattern, leaving untouched pockets of green in the middle of blackened slope, like something had chosen what to spare. The trail was officially closed after that. We rerouted hikers around it, took down the signage, and in time, nature reclaimed what was left. Nobody went up there anymore. Not officially. When I pulled into the ranger station that evening, my partner, Caleb Ross, was already checking the GPS tracker logs. The missing group's permit had them starting from Bear Hollow, a common entry point. The weather that weekend was clear, mid-70s by day, cool at night. No storms, no fog, no reason to go missing other than bad luck or bad judgment. Caleb looked up as I came in, brushing a hand through his gray, flecked beard. They signed out at Bear Hollow at Zuver 900 Saturday, he said. Last known check in from a hiker who saw them was around noon near Overlook Ridge. That's before the old 3 Points turnoff. Did they post anything? I asked. He nodded toward the computer. One of them uploaded photos to social media late that afternoon. Looks like they set camp near the burned area. I leaned closer. The photos were bright and careless. 4 smiling faces, backpacks propped on scorched logs. A caption that read Ghost Woods Crew. The coordinates, in the metadata, lined up just below the old trail marker, a section we'd never reopened. Damn it, I muttered. Caleb exhaled slowly. We'll take a small team out at first light. I'll radio Johnson to prep the drone and thermal. That night I barely slept. I've seen my share of missing hikers, but something about that red, circled area on the map, it sat like a bruise on the landscape. During the fire recovery, crews said their compasses went haywire up there, like the ridge was magnetized. One team's GPS logged phantom waypoints, miles apart within seconds. The reports were written off as interference from smoke and ash, but still, you don't forget the unease in a firefighter's voice when they talk about a place. We set out at dawn. Me, Caleb, 2 volunteers from SAR, and Johnson running drone support from the command post. The air was damp with the smell of fern and rain-soaked wood. We followed the Overlook Ridge Trail until the path narrowed into switchbacks, then cut north toward the scarred ridge. The soil changed color as we climbed, the dark loam giving way to pale, ash-streaked ground. Half-burnt stumps jutted like bones from the slope. By noon, we found the campsite. It was in a small clearing beside a stream that had carved itself deep after years of flash floods. The tent lay flattened, poles snapped but fabric unburned. Their gear was still arranged neatly beside it. Stoves, packs, sleeping bags. All zipped and dry. The strangest part was the map. It had been pinned beneath a smooth stone near the fire pit, unfolded to the local section, and circled in red where the 3 points. Trail once branched off. The ink looked fresh, as if drawn with a marker that morning. Caleb crouched beside it. No signs of struggle, no prints heading out. Any sign of animals? I asked. He shook his head. Ground's too packed. Looks like they left in a hurry, though. No food wrappers, no shoes missing, no notes. I stepped closer to the stream. The current carried bits of blackened bark, remnants of the old burn. Something glittered beneath the water. A patch of metal. I reached in and pulled out a dented compass, its face fogged. The needle trembled, spinning faintly even in my hand. I set it down. This was theirs. Caleb looked over. Well, sweep uphill first. Maybe they tried for the old ridge. We marked the site coordinates and began moving toward the overgrown trailhead. The forest thickened quickly, as if the fire had never touched it. Young maples and rhododendron crowded the slope, their roots clutching the rock like veins. The air felt heavier there, sound dampened, the usual chorus of birds gone silent. Halfway up, my radio cracked alive. Johnson's voice cutting through static. Copy? You're breaking up. This is Vance. Go ahead. Thermal drones picking up anomalies near your location. 3, maybe 4 heat signatures stationary about 50 meters north. Caleb motioned for me to stop. Stationary. He repeated into his handset. Affirmative. No movement for the last 10 minutes. We pushed forward cautiously, the brush clawing at our legs. The slope leveled out into what looked like an old clearing. Charred stones, skeletal trunks, and beyond them, a black scar of earth where nothing grew. The ground felt brittle beneath my boots. Then we saw it. 4 sets of footprints, side by side, leading straight into the burned patch. They were clean, sharp, and recent. But the soil there was soft ash. Anyone stepping onto it should have left deeper impressions. These prints sat on the surface, almost pressed onto the ash rather than into it. The stride lengths were identical, too precise. Caleb bent down, tracing one with a gloved finger. They walked in together, he murmured. And no prints coming out. The radio hissed again. Vance, you seeing movement? Johnson asked. I turned slowly, scanning the ridge. The drone's shadow drifted across the clearing, its hum low and insect-like. Negative, I said. Static only. Copy that. Just got, wait, signals glitching. You've got crossfeed interference. Then the line died in a sharp pop of static. Caleb's expression tightened. Well, mark this and pull back. Bring the team up once we re-establish comms. We flagged the site and began descending, retracing our path down toward the campsite. I remember glancing back once more at the prints. The sun had shifted by then, and the shadows made them look deeper, as if the ground was softening under invisible weight. Back at camp, I tried the radio again. Nothing. No Johnson, no base, just the faint hum of open air. Caleb tried his unit, same. We'll give it an hour, he said, setting down his pack. While he checked the map, I moved toward the stream again. The light had turned amber through the canopy, reflecting off the water. I noticed then that the compass I'd set on the rock earlier wasn't where I left it. I crouched, searching. The stone was bare, the moss still damp. "Caleb," I called softly. He joined me, frowning. "You sure it was here?" "Positive." We followed the bank a few meters downstream, where the water pooled wider. The compass lay there, face down, caught against a branch. When I picked it up, the casing was cracked open, the glass gone. The needle was missing entirely. We camped there that night. Regulations say we should have hiked back to the trailhead and regrouped, but darkness was coming fast and the slope was treacherous. We pitched our tents close together. No fire, just the hiss of the stream and the intermittent chirp of our radios trying to connect to nothing. At around 2200 hours, I woke to a faint sound, like wind pushing through dry leaves. But there was no wind. The forest was perfectly still. The sound came again, rhythmic this time, a rustling shuffle that seemed to circle the camp perimeter. I unzipped the tent flap and peered out. Caleb's silhouette was already up, flashlight beam cutting through the dark. "You hear that?" he whispered. I nodded. The noise had stopped. We stood there for a long minute, lights scanning the tree line. Then something caught the edge of my beam. A shape low to the ground, pale against the black soil. I stepped closer. It was a boot, mud-caked, half-buried. I lifted it, heart thudding. Inside was a crumpled sock, damp and smelling of ash. Caleb exhaled, voice tight. "That's one of theirs." We found the second boot 5 feet away, turned in the opposite direction. Then a third, a fourth, all scattered in a loose arc facing uphill. No signs of animals dragging them, just abandoned, as if whoever wore them had stepped neatly out of each one before walking barefoot into the dark. Caleb marked the GPS location, but the screen flickered, coordinates shifting. "It's looping the signal," he said quietly. "Same reading as before. It's like we're standing in the same spot we found earlier." I didn't answer. The forest around us felt compressed, airless. The ground under my boots was warm. Not hot, but warmer than it should have been in the cool night air. Somewhere beyond the ridge, a low rumble echoed. Distant thunder, though the sky was clear. That was the first night on the 3 Points trail. The rumble faded, though the ground kept a faint tremor under my boots, like something still shifting below the ridge. Caleb and I didn't speak after that. We went back to our tents, unzipped just enough for the radios to rest near our heads. I remember lying awake, counting breaths and waiting for the mountain to go still. It never really did. At first light, we packed quickly. Neither of us ate. The boots we'd found were where we'd left them, undisturbed except for a thin layer of ash that hadn't been there before. I brushed it away and saw that each sole had been burned slightly at the heel, as though they'd stood on something hot. Caleb took photos and bagged them for evidence. "We need to find the source of that heat signature Johnson saw," he said, voice low. "If they're up there." He didn't finish the thought. We both knew what the odds were after 36 hours in the woods with no shelter and no food. But procedure was procedure. We started uphill toward the burned clearing again, tracing the same route. The morning light revealed details I hadn't noticed before. The trees at the edge of the scar had all bent slightly inward, trunks warped and leaning toward the center, as if drawn by gravity. Moss stopped growing a few feet before the burned line, leaving a clean, bare perimeter. It wasn't natural. Fire doesn't draw borders that precise. Halfway up, my radio clicked alive. Static, then a burst of garbled sound. Levance, copy. Johnson, you're breaking up. Repeat. Heat signatures gone. Lost visual. Drone offline. Coordinates scrambled. Say again. Only static. Then a faint crackle that almost sounded like breathing. Caleb turned his radio off. Jaw set. If we can't trust the signal, we go analog, he said, tapping the compass clip to his vest. His still worked fine. We reached the clearing by mid-morning. The prints were still there, just as we'd seen them. 4 sets leading into the ash. But now there were 5. The 5th set was smaller, narrower, and stopped exactly where the others ended. The shape of my own tread pattern stared back at me. Caleb saw it too. He didn't say a word, just crouched beside it, testing the soil. No shift in weight. He muttered, like someone pressed the imprint without pressure. I didn't know what to do with that. The air was thick, hot despite the shade, the kind of heat that feels trapped underground. We decided to push 20 yards farther, toward where the ridge crested. The forest there changed. The ash gave way to a chalky gray, scattered with burned stones that clicked faintly when stepped on. It reminded me of glass, the way sand fuses under lightning. The wildfire years ago had done that in some places, melting the soil into thin, translucent sheets. Locals called them devil's panes. At the top, we found something that stopped us cold. A tree stood alone at the crest. A massive oak, half burned but still upright. Its trunk was split down the middle, blackened to the core. The ground around it had a perfect circle of scorched soil, about 20 feet wide. Inside that ring, no vegetation had grown since the fire. Pinned to the bark with a tent stake was a folded page torn from a field notebook. I pulled it free carefully, hands shaking. The handwriting was blocky, frantic. Stay on trail. Don't cross 3. It doesn't end. No names, no signatures. Just that line and a streak of what looked blood across the bottom corner. Caleb read it twice before saying, trail markers. 3 points. Maybe they drew the circle because they found this, I said. He shook his head. Or because they went past it. We radioed the coordinates even though neither of us expected an answer. Then we heard something new. A faint rhythmic tap, like metal against wood somewhere deeper in the trees. Caleb raised a hand. You hear that? I nodded. Could be another team. We called out, standard identification call, our names, department, coordinates. Silence. Then the tapping started again, closer this time. 3 taps in a row, pause, 3 more. Caleb's grip tightened on his flashlight. That's not Morse, is it? No. Not anything standard. We turned toward the sound, moving carefully through the brittle undergrowth. The air grew hazier the farther we went, smoke hanging without a source. My eyes burned. The tapping stopped just ahead, replaced by something else. Soft movement, like fabric brushing against bark. We broke into a small hollow, and for a second I thought we'd found them. 4 shapes stood upright in the haze, close together, backlit by sunlight through the smoke. Then I realized what I was looking at. Clothing. 4 sets of clothing. Jackets, jeans, shirts, arranged upright as if filled by invisible bodies. The fabric held its shape perfectly, every crease, every cuff. But there was nothing inside. Each outfit stood on the ash without support, boots aligned neatly below. The wind, or what little of it there was, didn't move them. Caleb muttered a curse under his breath. He approached the nearest one, reaching out to touch the sleeve. It collapsed instantly into dust, falling soundlessly to the ground. The other 3 followed, one by one, as if connected by the same unseen thread. When the haze cleared, only faint outlines remained where they'd stood, darker patches on the soil. He looked at me, eyes wide. That's not possible. I wanted to say something logical. Chemical residue, fire aftermath, anything that would make sense. But nothing fit. The air smelled of ozone now, sharp and electric, the way it does before lightning. Then my radio crackled again. Vance. It was Johnson's voice, clear and close, too close, as if he were standing beside me. Johnson, where are you? Vance. Return to camp. We lost contact hours ago. What's your return to camp? He repeated. The tone was wrong. Flaff. Don't cross 3. The radio went silent. Caleb grabbed my arm. We're done here. We go back now. We retraced our route downhill. But the forest had changed again. The slope that should have led straight to the stream now curved the other way, pulling us west. My GPS flashed a red warning. Location error. We tried compass bearings, but the needle spun in lazy circles. After half an hour of walking, we stumbled into the same clearing again. The burned oak, the scorched ring. Only now the paper we'd found was gone. Caleb swore under his breath, then caught his breath mid-curse. The tent stake that had pinned the paper was lying in the ash, but bent upward, like something had forced it out from below. We set a new marker, physical this time, a strip of orange tape tied to a low branch. Then we walked due south for 10 minutes, counting steps. When we looked back, the tape was gone. Caleb stopped. We're not leaving this spot until the sun shifts. Once we get a direction on light, we'll orient from there. It was a sound plan. We waited, but the light never shifted. The sun hung fixed behind a thin veil of gray, neither rising nor sinking. The air temperature didn't change. The woods stayed caught in that same bleached morning tone. We checked watches. 11:47 a.m., both of ours. 10 minutes later, same reading. 20, still 11:47. I remember staring at the second hand, frozen at 12. Maybe the EMP field from the fire. Caleb started, but his voice trailed off when he saw my wrist. My watch face had begun to fog from the inside, as though moisture was forming between the layers of glass. I wiped it and saw faint impressions under the condensation. Letters, maybe words. But they faded before I could make them out. Something moved in the trees then, far off but distinct, a flash of red fabric, human height, vanishing between the trunks. Hey, Caleb shouted, breaking into a run. I followed. The figure moved fast, just out of reach, always a few yards ahead. We pushed through brush until the ground opened into another clearing, and I stopped cold. It was our campsite. The same flattened tent. The same stone over the map. Except now the map's circle had changed. It wasn't around the old 3 Points trail anymore. It was around our current position. Caleb stood frozen. That's not. He didn't finish. His radio clicked again. Johnson's voice repeating in that same flat tone. Return to camp. Don't cross 3. Then silence. We packed up what we could and started moving downhill again, guessing by slope direction. My legs ached, my throat was dry, and the forest's rhythm felt wrong. The usual rustle of life replaced by a constant low hum, like the sound of distant power lines. Every so often, I'd glance over my shoulder and see faint impressions in the ash behind us. Footprints, not ours. When we finally reached the stream by dusk, Caleb's knees buckled from exhaustion. We refilled bottles, filtered water, and radioed again. Nothing but static. The temperature dropped fast, the air thick with the smell of burnt pine. I tried not to think about how we'd lost 6 hours of daylight without the sun ever moving. That night, I woke to voices. Not words, just tones, rising and falling like a broken radio transmission. They seemed to come from inside the trees themselves, bouncing between trunks. I looked over at Caleb's tent. His light was on. He was sitting upright, head tilted slightly, listening. "Do you hear them?" he asked. "Who?" "The hikers." I stepped closer. His face was pale, his eyes unfocused. "They're saying we went too far," he whispered. "They're trying to get back, but it loops." "Caleb." He turned toward me then, and I swear his pupils looked dilated beyond normal. "It doesn't end," he said quietly. That's what they meant. He lay back down and closed his eyes. I stood there a long time, the voices fading slowly into the stream's current. When dawn came, if it was dawn, the light looked the same as before. Caleb's tent was empty. Only his radio remained, still on, faint static rising and falling like breathing. Caleb's tent sagged inward, empty except for his sleeping bag, half unzipped, and his radio lying on top of it. The frequency dial flickered between channels, catching bursts of static that rose and fell like wind. I called his name twice, softly at first, then louder. No answer. Outside, the stream murmured the same endless rhythm as before. The air smelled metallic, faintly like rain that never came. I walked a slow circle around camp, scanning for tracks. There were none, not a single print beyond our perimeter, not even my own from last night. The ground was smooth, the ash faintly rippled like water that had settled after movement. I switched on my own radio. "Caleb, this is Vance." A pause, then return to camp. It was his voice this time, too close, too clean. "Caleb, where are you?" Static, then the same phrase, identical cadence. "Return to camp." I shut it off. The silence that followed wasn't relief. It pressed against my ears, heavy and expectant. The forest around the stream looked unchanged, but something in the light had shifted. It was flatter now, great white like overexposed film. No birds, no insects. No movement except the steady current against stone. I broke camp quickly, more from instinct than decision. Years of ranger work had drilled one rule deeper than any other. If something doesn't make sense in the backcountry, you go back to what does. Trail, bearings, daylight. Except I had none of those. I followed the stream downstream, keeping it on my left. It should have led to the main ridge eventually. The farther I walked, the quieter the water sounded, as though the current were thickening. My boots left faint prints that disappeared the moment I looked away. After maybe an hour, or a minute, it was impossible to tell. I saw something caught against a root in the stream. A laminated ID tag. I waded in and lifted it out, water sheeting off the plastic. Caleb Ross, Park Ranger. His photo looked back at me, half scrubbed by sediment. The corner of the tag was melted, as if exposed to heat. I pocketed it and kept walking. The stream narrowed, running between two slopes that formed a shallow ravine. The trees here grew closer together, their trunks pale as bone. Every branch hung at the same angle, bent eastward, like they'd been pushed by a single wind. As I moved through them, my GPS blinked erratically. Same coordinate repeating again and again, 35.422 to 83.196. That was the campsite's location. I turned the unit off and stuffed it in my vest. If I believed the readings, I hadn't left at all. The ravine opened suddenly into a clearing I didn't recognize. In the center stood a metal signpost, half collapsed, its paint blistered. I wiped away soot until the lettering appeared. NTSTRAL. I stopped breathing for a second. The sign had been removed years ago. After the fire, I'd seen the records myself. We'd hauled the old post down to storage, locked it away. But there it was, upright. Exactly where it shouldn't be. Pinned to it was another map. Not paper this time. Canvas, thick and weathered. 3 circles were drawn in red inky. One at the trailhead, one near the burned oak, and one overlapping both. In the center of that last circle, someone had written a single word, "Sty." My radio clicked again. Vance. It was Caleb's voice, quieter now, like he was speaking through fabric. "Where are you?" I asked. "Still here," he said. "At camp. I went back." "You weren't there." "You didn't go back." His tone was calm, almost gentle. "You're still in it." The channel went dead. I stood there until the sound of the stream faded behind me. My pulse felt too loud. I wanted to run, but didn't know in which direction safety lived anymore. I kept my eyes down, watching the ground for anything familiar. That's when I saw another boot print appear beside mine. Fresh, crisp, forming in the ash as if pressed by invisible weight. It matched Caleb's tread. I backed away, breath caught, and the print deepened slightly, like something shifting its stance. I took another step, then turned and ran. The forest blurred. Branches whipped my shoulders, tearing at the fabric of my sleeve. I didn't stop until I hit the next rise and saw, through the trees, the glint of something metallic in the distance. A tower. It was the old fire lookout, abandoned since the 2018 burn. I'd been there once years ago during the survey. It stood on the highest point of the ridge, just above where the 3 points forks used to meet. The tower had always been visible from the trail below, but now it looked different, cleaner, almost restored. I climbed the slope toward it, every step slower than it should have been, like walking through thick air. When I reached the base, I hesitated. The ladder was new. Shiny metal. No rust, no weathering. And there was a light on inside the cabin. I called out, "Caleb!" No response. I started climbing anyway. Each rung hummed faintly under my hand, a low vibration that traveled through my bones. By the time I reached the hatch, my palms were slick with sweat. I pushed it open. The interior looked freshly cleaned. Desk, radio console, maps pinned neatly to the walls. A single lantern burned on the table. Beside it lay a small notebook with a leather cover. I opened it. The first page was blank except for a date, May 17. That was yesterday. The next page contained a single entry written in cramped block letters. Day 1 arrived at 3 points. The loop begins. The following pages repeated the same words, again and again, each one shakier than the last. Near the back, a torn corner of a photo was tucked into the spine. 4 smiling students, the ones from the missing party. Their faces were faded, edges burnt. I felt the vibration before I heard it. A deep hum rising from the floorboards. The lantern's flame flickered, bending sideways as though pulled by wind. Then the radio on the desk crackled to life. "Isla," a voice said. I froze. It wasn't Caleb this time. It was a woman's voice, low and strained. "Who is this?" "You shouldn't have come back." The signal stuttered. I leaned closer. "We stayed too long," she whispered. "It loops." The fire didn't end it. "Who are you?" The radio hissed once, then clicked off. I looked out through the tower windows. The forest below shimmered faintly, a gray pulse rippling outward from the burned oak's direction, like heat mirage over asphalt. The hum grew louder, vibrating the floorboards. I reached for my pack, intending to leave. But when I turned, the hatch was gone. Just smooth wood where it should have been. I stepped back, heart pounding. The windows had changed too. The view outside was wrong. The tree line twisted into sharp angles, the slopes mirrored, as though the world had folded over itself. The tower lights outside blinked faintly in rhythm with the hum. Then the smell hit me. Smoke, thick and sweet. Flames flared somewhere below the ridge, spreading unnaturally fast, tracing the shape of that same red circle from the map. The heat pressed against the glass, but no fire touched the tower. I heard movement on the stairs. Slow, steady steps climbing up. I grabbed my radio. Base, this is Ranger Vance at the 3 Points lookout. I need extraction immediately. Coordinates. The GPS readout glitched, lines of zeros scrolling endlessly. The signal bar blinked red. The footsteps reached the top. Caleb, I said. No answer. The hatch, where it should have been, creaked open. A shape rose through it. All shadow until it lifted its head into the lantern's light. It was him. But his face was streaked with soot, eyes unfocused, like he'd been walking for days. Caleb, I breathed. He smiled faintly. Told you. We shouldn't have crossed 3. What is this place? He stepped fully inside, boots leaving no sound on the floorboards. It's the same mile, over and over. He looked out the window. We're just where they stopped walking. I moved toward him. But my legs felt heavy, the air syrup thick. The lantern flame stretched thin, its color shifting from orange to blue. Caleb reached out a hand. Not to me, but to the radio. He switched it to channel 1. Voices filled the room instantly. Dozens of them. Overlapping, whispering, some familiar, some not. Among them, faint but distinct, I heard my own voices. Return to camp. I stumbled back. We can get out. We can follow the stream again. He shook his head. There's no stream now. I looked. Outside the window. The forest was gone, replaced by a flats of gray ash stretching into mist. The fire line ringed us completely, glowing faintly at the edges like embers under glass. Caleb turned to me, and his expression softened. If anyone comes looking, don't call out, he said. They'll hear you. But it won't be them. Then he opened the door that wasn't supposed to exist and stepped into the white haze. I ran after him. But the threshold was nothing, just open air and silence. The tower swayed beneath me, the hum fading to a heartbeat. For a moment, the world went black. When I woke, it was quiet again. Morning, maybe. The tower was old and charred, no light, no notebook, no lantern. The radio was dead. The hatch below was open, rusted through. I climbed down slowly, my body aching, lungs full of smoke that didn't sting. The forest below was normal again. Green, alive, birds calling in the distance. The ash had turned to soil. At the base, a rescue team waited. Real people, clean gear, fresh uniforms. One of them stepped forward. Ranger Vance. You're lucky we found you. Been missing 3 days. I wanted to tell them about Caleb, the tower, the circle. But when I looked back, the ridge was just another line of trees. No smoke, no fire, no sign of the lookout. They took me down by stretcher, though I could have walked. At the station, I asked about Caleb Ross. The officer frowned. Ross, he said. We don't have anyone by that name on staff. I didn't argue. A week later, I went back through the logs. the original missing students were never recovered. Their families placed a small memorial near Bear Hollow. 4 plaques, side by side, names fading in the sun. I still work the southern range, but I've never gone near 3 points again. Sometimes, though, the radio catches static on quiet nights. It's not words, just a rhythm, 3 short bursts, a pause, 3 more. When that happens, I switch the unit off and listen to the silence. It's better that way. Because somewhere, on the same mile of trail, they're still walking. And they haven't found the end either. My name is June Porter, and I've been a search and rescue technician with the Deschutes County team for a little over 9 years. I joined not because I loved danger, but because I liked order. The forest is chaos until you know how to read it. Until you learn that moss on the north side of a fir means shadow. That elk trails always angle downhill toward water. That the smell of ozone doesn't always mean a storm. Those small, reliable truths have a way of keeping a person steady when everything else goes sideways. On the evening of December 14th, dispatch patched through a call from the sheriff's office. Possible distress transmission, old fire tower frequency, they said. Single ping. Short duration. Cascade Range, east of Detroit Lake. The voice on the other end of the radio said the identifier matched Tower 17, a decommissioned structure that had been shut down since the late 90s. The volunteer assigned there, a man named Royce Hanlon, had gone missing in '99. The tower had been chained off ever since. Normally we'd have written it off as interference. VHF signals bounce weirdly in the mountains. But it had come through the emergency channel loud and clear. Someone had keyed a mic and said, requesting copy from Tower 17. Anybody there? The audio log showed the words, even though dispatch claimed no one had transmitted them. I was teamed with Cal Bristow, a ranger with more gray in his beard than I had years on the job. Cal was the kind of man who still carried a paper, topo map folded into eighths, and said things like, electronics fail, instincts don't. We'd worked together before, quiet but efficient. He handled bearings and terrain, I handled comms and evidence tags. By the time we reached the service road, daylight had dropped fast. Snow started at 500 feet, thin at first, then heavy enough to grind the truck's differential as we crawled higher. The Cascades were a study in stillness. Douglas firs heavy with rime. Slopes veiled in fog that looked painted on. The air smelled metallic like the start of a freeze. At 1700 hours, we parked at the gate where the old tower access road began. The padlock was gone, only a rusted chain coiled around the post. Cal raised an eyebrow. Wasn't supposed to be anyone up here, he said. Maybe snowplows cleared it, I offered. He shook his head. Plows don't come this high. We strapped on snowshoes and headlamps and began the 2-mile ascent. The tower sat on a ridge just under 5,000 feet, overlooking a drainage basin that hadn't seen traffic in decades. The path was mostly buried, but the old utility poles that once carried telephone line guided our way. I logged each landmark into GPS just out of habit. The first half-mile passed quiet, only the crunch of snow and the slow whistle of wind through cedar. Then Cal stopped, hand raised. He crouched near a patch of disturbed snow, where something had pressed down, shallow and broad. Deer, he murmured, but his tone lacked certainty. The track veered off into a copse and disappeared. Too few to make a pattern. We pushed on. The ridge leveled near the last turn, where the trees opened into a clearing maybe 40 yards wide. Through the veil of snowfall, the fire tower rose, an iron skeleton 20 meters tall, all gray angles and rust. The cab at the top looked intact, but the stairs leading up were rimed in thick ice. Every step caught the headlamp beam and threw it back in dull glints. No entry. Hazardous structure. Sign leaned crooked against the first landing. Looks worse than the last inspection photo, Cal said. I unclipped my radio. Dispatch, this is SAR Team Bravo, visual on Tower 17, time 1810 hours. Proceeding with surface assessment. Static hissed back. I tried again. Nothing. Even the repeater link on the ridge didn't answer. Cal tested his handheld. Dead silence. He tapped the battery. Still full. Must be the metal in the tower screwing with signal. That was possible. Old towers could create blind spots if they sat near the right kind of rock. I made a note in my log anyway. The base door was chained shut, just like the record said it should be. The metal was fused by frost, but not broken. Snow drifted against it almost waist high. No sign of tampering. We circled the structure, scanning with lights. No prints except our own. On the north side, the old generator shed had collapsed in on itself. Inside, we found a corroded fuel drum and a half-rotted wooden stool. Nothing else. We decided to take a quick break before attempting the climb. I marked the coordinates and snapped a photo for documentation. Cal poured coffee from a thermos, steam twisting into the cold. You think somebody's screwing around with dispatch? He asked. Could be. Those old frequencies sometimes pick up private rigs, truckers, even kids with scanners. He grunted. Still strange they'd named the tower. The sky had gone from slate to black. Clouds hung so low they seemed to brush the treetops. Somewhere far below we heard a crack, like a branch giving way under ice. It echoed long after the sound itself died. In these mountains, distance lies, you hear a tree fall and can't tell if it's 50 yards or 5 miles. We climbed. The first flight of stairs held fine. The second groaned under our weight. Ice made every rung slick, and we moved slow, hands gripping the rail. Halfway up, Cal's boot slipped. He steadied himself with a grunt. I felt my own pulse quicken but kept my breathing even. 15 minutes later, we reached the final platform. The padlock on the hatch had been sheared clean, fresh metal bright against rust. I aimed my light closer. The cut was smooth, almost polished, as if from a wheel rather than a hacksaw. Someone's been up here, I said. Cal nodded. Recently, we eased the hatch open. The hinges complained, flakes of frost falling from the seam. Inside, the cab was about 10 feet square, all plywood and glass panels etched with frost. A rusted chair sat overturned. The radio console, once bolted to the corner desk, was there, but flattened, literally crushed. Knobs and dials caved inward, like someone had dropped a sledgehammer. The headset was fused into the metal, melted as if heat had run through the wire. Cal crouched, rubbing his gloved fingers over the desk. No sign of fire damage anywhere else, he said. You'd think a melt like that would leave charring. I nodded, uneasy but not willing to speculate. Could have been an electrical surge years back. Maybe. I unzipped my pack and took photos for evidence. Then I checked my handheld radio again. To my surprise, the signal bar flickered to life. 1, then 2 bars. I keyed the mic. Dispatch, this is Porter. Do you copy? Nothing. Then, faintly, a half-second burst of static. A human sound under it, maybe a breath or a cough. But it vanished before I could ask again. Cal glanced up. Someone out there. Could be feedback, I said, though I wasn't sure. The temperature dropped fast inside that glass box. Condensation from our breath filmed the panes. My wrist thermometer read 22 GBF and falling. We logged the scene, collected small fragments of wire and casing, and prepared to descend. That's when I noticed something else. The floor around the desk had an uneven patch, like boards replaced in haste. I knelt and shone my light along the seam. Newer wood, different grain. Nails unweathered. Maintenance records say they sealed this place in '02. Cal murmured, reading over my shoulder. Nobody's been cleared to work up here since. I didn't answer. My stomach had that sinking, anticipatory twist. The same one I'd felt before finding wreckage. In avalanched gullies. When the evidence starts to tell a story you don't want to hear. We didn't pry up the boards. Not that night. With darkness closing in and comms unreliable, the call was to market and return with a structural team. I radio logged the decision even though I knew one would hear it until morning. The descent was worse. Wind had picked up, lashing the tower so it swayed slightly with each gust. Snow whipped sideways. Halfway down, Cal froze and pointed west toward the tree line. "Did you see that?" I followed his beam. "Nothing but drift." "See what?" He shook his head. "Thought I saw a light." "Maybe reflection from your headlamp." "Maybe." We made the truck by 2100 hours, both of us covered in ice crust. I tried the radio again. This time dispatch answered clear as day, as if nothing had happened. I gave them the report, including the melted radio and the broken padlock. Silence on their end stretched too long. Finally, the dispatcher said, "Copy that, June. Just so you know, Tower 17's frequency isn't in rotation. It's been decommissioned since '09. We don't even have it on our console anymore." I told her what we'd heard in the log file earlier that day. She checked again, then said softly, "No, ma'am, that call wasn't from us." Cal stared out the windshield. The snow kept falling, thick and heavy, as though the mountain wanted to cover every sign we'd been there. By morning, the storm had buried the truck up to its axles. Snow blew sideways in pale ribbons, hissing across the windshield like sand. We'd spent half the night in the cab, engine idling, taking turns dozing, and keeping the heater alive. The radio crackled in and out, but dispatch finally came through at dawn. "Copy, Team Bravo," they said. "We're sending structural support from Bend. ETA 3 hours. Hold position and mark any slope instability." Cal and I stepped out into a world so bright it hurt to look at. The ridge above the tree line gleamed like salt. When you've done enough winters in the Cascades, you stop thinking of snow as pretty. It's weight, it's noise muffled wrong. It's things vanishing faster than you can explain. Cal scraped frost from the truck mirror. "We'll lose daylight early again," he muttered. "We might get one good look before the next front rolls in." "Better than nothing," I said. The support crew, 2 structural engineers from forestry, a young volunteer named Ezra, and a county deputy arrived near noon. By then, drifts had risen past the first set of switchbacks. They came up on tracked snowmobiles, roaring like hornets through the whiteout. We greeted them near the gate, briefed them on conditions, then started back up the access road as a convoy. It felt different this time. Broad daylight, 5 people, engines humming, the rational world restored. Yet as we passed the same landmarks, the leaning utility pole, the fallen cedar, it struck me how quickly a place erases your footprints. All our tracks from last night were gone, the clearing above re-smoothed, untouched. Ezra rode ahead, checking GPS coordinates. "Tower's up ahead, right?" he called. "Another half mile. I still see it once the trees open up." He grinned beneath his balaclava. "Can't wait. First time seeing an old one still standing." Tal gave me a look that said, "Don't build expectations." When we reached the clearing, I almost didn't recognize it. Snowdrifts had swallowed the base of the tower nearly to the door. The chain we'd seen frozen over was half buried, but the hatch padlock at the top, bright cut, unmistakable, was still there. No sign of new disturbance. The engineers unpacked their gear cameras, structural load sensors, inspection tablets. We split the tasks. Cal would lead stability assessment from below. I'd assist the engineers on the climb. Ezra stayed on the ground with the deputy to monitor radio contact. We started up. The first flight creaked but held. By the second, the old bolts screamed faintly under tension. The higher we went, the louder the wind moaned through the lattice. somewhere around the fourth landing. My glove brushed a cold patch that didn't feel like metal. Slick, smooth, slightly concave. When I turned my light, I saw it was ice shaped perfectly along the curve of a palm print. Probably melt freeze from a handrail, one engineer said. Condensation pattern. I nodded, though my gut didn't agree. It looked too deliberate. At the top platform, the hatch was exactly as we'd left it. Sheared padlock, frost-dusted hinges. One of the engineers, Maya, crouched beside the seam. Cut looks mechanical, not vandalized. Clean wheel. Battery grinder maybe. No footprints last night? I said. No sign of a tool. She shrugged. Could have been years ago. Inside, everything remained unchanged. The overturned chair, the radio crushed inward, the melted headset welded to the panel. In the daylight, it looked less uncanny and more clinical, like a failed experiment frozen mid-breath. The engineers documented every angle. Cal radioed from below, voice thin through static. Watch footing on the west rail. Bolts loose. Copy, I said. Then Ezra's voice crackled faintly. Hey, just checking. You guys moving something up there? Maya glanced at me. No, why? Getting vibrations through the frame. Like someone stomping. We all looked at the floor. None of us were moving. I pressed the transmit button. Could be wind. Copy, Ezra said, though his tone was uncertain. We resumed. Maya's partner, Greg, examined the melted headset with a magnifier. This isn't fire damage, he said after a moment. No carbon residue. Metal softened by intense localized heat. Maybe from a short-circuit surge. Could that happen after decades of inactivity? I asked. Not naturally. Something had to energize it. I logged the comment. In my line of work, you learn that explanation isn't always comfort. It's just another step you can't skip. Cal climbed up halfway through the inspection, cheeks red from windburn. Dispatch wants hourly check-ins, he said. Storm's tracking back in from the west. We've got about 4 hours. Tops, he turned to me. You tell them about the patch on the floor. Not yet. Do it now. Let's get that documented. Maya pried at the newer floorboards carefully with a chisel. The wood lifted easier than I expected, nails still shiny. Beneath was a shallow compartment, maybe 4 inches deep, sealed with what looked like plastic sheeting. Inside, fragments of old radio logs, warped by moisture, and something wrapped in oilcloth. Cal whistled low. Didn't see that last night. Because it wasn't visible, Maya said. These boards were glued shut, not nailed until recently. She peeled back the oilcloth. Inside lay a transceiver handset, the old analog kind from the 1990s, exact model used in the tower. Its coiled cable was intact, connector end fused like glass. Someone had melted it deliberately shut. Greg photographed it from every angle. You said you found the main console crushed. Yeah, I said. He tapped the handset. Then this shouldn't be here. You'd have seen it. I didn't. I keyed my radio again. Dispatch, this is Porter. We've uncovered secondary equipment under the tower floor. Looks like a handset not on record. A pause. Then, copy, Porter. We're checking historical inventory. The line went fuzzy, burst of static, then silence. Maya frowned. Signal drop. Not sure. We'll try again later. We sealed the compartment for evidence transport, then began descending. Halfway down, Greg stopped to photograph structural rust patterns. The rest of us waited on the third landing. That's when Cal said quietly, "You hear that?" At first I thought it was just wind. But beneath it, low, rhythmic, not mechanical, came a faint click-click tone, spaced like Morse. It echoed up through the frame, traveling metal to metal. Ezra's voice buzzed through. Everything all right up there? I'm getting interference. Cal leaned toward the rail. We're fine. You hearing it too? Yeah. Sounds like tapping. Coming through my headset. Maya and I exchanged a look. I switched channels, static flooding both frequencies. The noise followed, faint but consistent. 2 short, 1 long, repeating. Greg rejoined us, oblivious, his camera light bouncing off the steel. The tapping stopped. The silence that followed felt too complete, like the air had paused. When we reached the ground, Ezra and the deputy stood near the snowmobiles. Ezra's radio dangled from his hand, headset off. "You guys didn't transmit just now." "No." He showed us his screen. The display blinked a red icon. "RECVNG, Tower 17. That's the frequency," I said slowly. "Yeah," he replied. "And nobody's broadcasting it anymore." "Right." Cal took the unit and turned down the volume. The icon kept flashing even on mute. "Might be residual channel noise," he said, though I could tell he didn't buy it either. We papped up by 1500 hours, temperature dropping again. The engineers finished their report. Structure unstable but salvageable, damage at least a decade old. We left the sealed compartment in forestry custody. As we started down, clouds thickened. Wind gusts whipped the tree line into a roar. The slope narrowed between cliffs, snow sloughing off in dusty sheets. Halfway to the gate, Ezra's snowmobile sputtered and died. Cal pulled up beside him. "Out of fuel. Full tank," Ezra said. "Just cut out." We tried to tow it. The machine refused to start again, though battery and spark both read fine. We left it chained by the road marker and doubled up for the ride down. The storm caught us at the halfway mark, a sudden wall of gray. Visibility shrank to 10 feet. We followed GPS bearings, but the track kept veering left, even though the map said the road bent right. "Something's off," Cal shouted over the wind. "Magnetic interference," I yelled back. He tapped his compass. The needle drifted lazily, then spun once and stilled. "Yeah, must be." We made it to the gate near dusk. The trucks waited exactly where we'd left them, half buried but untouched. My relief was short-lived. When I climbed into the cab, the onboard radio blinked a message log. New entry stamped 1347 hours. While we were still on the tower. Source field lead Tower 17 dispatch. I opened it. One line of text, garbled except for 3 words at the end. "Do not return." Cal leaned over my shoulder. "You sure this thing's not sensing old data? It timestamps live." He sat back. "Could be cross-channel bleed." "Could be," I said. But when we checked the others' radios, none had received anything similar. Just mine. The drive back was quiet. Snow muted the tires, the road a corridor of white between firs. The signal icon flickered once, then vanished for good. At headquarters, dispatch logged our findings. The supervisor, a compact woman named Renee Ortiz, listened without interrupting, then looked up from her screen. "That frequency shouldn't even be active," she said. "We scrubbed it from the system when we decommissioned the tower. There's no Tower 17 dispatch channel anymore." "Then what sent this?" I asked. She leaned closer. "Whatever it was, it wasn't us." Outside, snow kept falling. Somewhere high above the ridge, the old tower stood buried to its railings, wind scraping its frame like a dull instrument. Steady, patient, waiting for someone to listen again. I went home that night with the tower still under my skin. I tried to shower the cold out, but the heat only sharpened the memory of the wind groaning through the frame. I couldn't stop hearing that metallic rhythm. 2 short, 1 long, like a heartbeat that didn't belong to anyone alive. I filed my preliminary report before dawn. The radio message was documented as a possible technical anomaly. I didn't include how it felt reading those words, "Do not return." There's no checkbox for that. At 0800 hours, my supervisor, Renee Ortiz, called me into her office. She had the overnight analysis up on her screen. "We ran full diagnostics on your radio log," she said. "No corresponding transmission in the master archive. Whatever appeared on your unit wasn't mirrored on the network." "So, local interference?" I asked. That's one explanation. Another is corrupted firmware. She rubbed her temple. But the time stamp still bothers me. It lines up with when you were on the tower, right? Exactly. Thing is, she added, Tower 17 hasn't had power in 20 years. Not even a solar array left. So unless someone hiked a generator up there in a blizzard. She let the thought trail off. Cal came in mid-briefing, carrying a folder of printed photos. He set one down on the desk. An aerial drone shot forestry had taken that morning. The tower stood buried to its lower platform. But what caught my eye was the ground around it, a wide, dark ring, maybe 20 feet across, where the snow hadn't settled. Renee leaned closer. Might be thermal venting from the old base. Cal shook his head. No geothermal activity on that ridge. It's solid basalt. Could be just wind scour. Maybe. That word, maybe, was all we had left to lean on. We were cleared to return that afternoon to retrieve the sealed compartment for formal custody transfer. Officially, it was evidence under forestry jurisdiction. Unofficially, it was to reassure everyone that what we'd found still made sense under daylight. Ezra volunteered again, eager despite the weather. We left Bend by noon under a weak sun, snow glittering like crushed glass along the highway shoulders. The plows had cut a narrow channel through the forest road, just wide enough for 2 trucks. We followed the same road, the same climb through white silence. At the gate, the drifts were lower than before, the storm having blown itself out. The access road was firm, rutted from yesterday's snowmobiles. I half expected to see our chained sled waiting where we'd left it, but it wasn't there. Only a shallow depression in the snow, no tracks leading away. Gus Forestry picked it up, Ezra said. So, Cal murmured. We hiked the rest of the way on foot. Sunlight filtered through cloud breaks, painting the ridge in pale silver. The clearing came into view, and for a second I thought we'd veered off course. The shape was wrong. The tower looked shorter. Cal stopped beside me, squinting. Tell me that's perspective. I shook my head. The top cab was gone. Only the lower 3 flights of the iron frame remained, jagged where the upper supports had sheared. Fresh metal glinted in the cuts, as if it had been removed cleanly, not collapsed. Ezra let out a low whistle. When did that happen? Couldn't have been the storm, I said. No debris, no impact marks. We scanned the snowfield. Nothing. No wreckage. No sign of fallen glass or lumber. Just smooth, untouched snow. Cal keyed his radio. Dispatch, this is Bravo 1. Be advised. Tower 17 structure compromised. Upper platform missing. Repeat, missing. Static. Then Renee's voice, faint but clear. Copy. Bravo. Negative on tower presence. Satellite confirms structure removal completed 2009. You may have wrong coordinates. Cal looked at me, brow furrowed. Say again. Renee. I said Tower 17 was dismantled in 2009, she repeated. We're showing bare foundation on all map layers. I lowered my GPS. The screen blinked coordinates that matched exactly where we stood. But the base ahead was real enough to touch. Iron cold under my glove. Snow packed tight around its legs. Dispatch, I said slowly. We're physically on site. Structure is here. Partial frame still standing. Renee's reply came hesitant. You're reading Tower 13 coordinates, maybe. No. 17. Check my beacon ID. A pause. Porter, your beacon isn't transmitting. Are you sure it's on? It's on, I said. I'm looking at it right now. Her voice softened, that careful tone used when things stop lining up. Okay, June. Stay where you are. We'll get your position from the air. Cal switched channels, tried the repeater, then the secondary emergency band. Every frequency came back with the same faint pulse, 2 short, 1 long. The rhythm from the night before. It wasn't loud, just present, threaded through the static like breathing under words. Ezra crouched by the base. You guys seeing this? He brushed snow aside to reveal the old chain we'd seen wrapped around the door. Only now it was inside the base, looped around the inner rail, ends fused together with a clean weld. Cal leaned in. That chain was outside last night. Yeah, I said. How the hell? He stopped himself. Maya's report had mentioned the floorboards sealing the radio logs and handset. That compartment was gone too. The boards pried up, the cavity empty. Just a faint scorch mark at the edges, circular, maybe 3 inches wide. Ezra exhaled. Someone came back up here. Overnight, in that storm. He shrugged helplessly. We stayed long enough to finish our documentation, though it felt ceremonial more than useful. Every measurement contradicted the previous days. Records beam spacing, elevation, even the bearing orientation. The engineers would later claim the tower had rotated a few degrees on its foundation, likely due to frost heave. I didn't argue. It was easier to let science explain what the mind couldn't. The radio never reconnected. We drove down the ridge in silence, the sky bruising toward evening. At the junction by Detroit Lake, my handheld finally chirped back to life, signal restored. Dispatch flooded in at once. Porter, Bristow, you okay? We lost contact for 6 hours. 6? Kyle looked at me. It's barely been 2. I checked my watch, 1540 hours. We'd left the site at 13:15. 2 hours, not 6. Renee's voice came again. Air recon over your sector showed no structure at your coordinates. Just snowpack. You sure you were at 17? Back at base, we turned in our gear. My radio was impounded for diagnostics. They wanted to trace the phantom transmission. Ezra swore he'd copied my GPS logs before powering down. But when IT checked the files, every entry past 1300 hours was blank. The road ended mid-sentence, as if someone had backspaced the mountain itself. That evening, Forestry held a debrief. Official summary: Search Team Bravo responded to false distress transmission. No personnel missing. Tower 17 confirmed dismantled 2009. Incident attributed to atmospheric interference and archival error. Cal and I didn't argue. We'd both learned a long time ago that sometimes truth costs more than it clarifies. Weeks passed. Snowstorms came and went. Tower 17 faded back into the catalog of half. Told SAR stories. One of those things rookies whisper about on long shifts. But it kept circling my thoughts. Little details stuck like burrs, the polished padlock cut, the untouched snow where debris should have fallen, the radio log that shouldn't have existed. One night in January, I drove out alone along the Forest Service road, more curiosity than defiance. The plows had cleared it to the gate. Beyond that, the ridge was sealed under 6 feet of ice crust. I parked, killed the lights, sat there with the engine ticking cool. The stars were sharp that night. No wind, no clouds, just silence layered thick. I turned on the handheld, half expecting static. Instead, it hummed clean. Channel clear, I almost felt relieved. Then, faintly, a burst of noise slipped through. Not a voice this time. Just the soft click pattern. 2 short, 1 long, like someone tapping the mic out of habit. I didn't answer. I logged the time, the signal strength, the bearing. All numbers. All facts. Next morning I handed the entry to Renee. She read it, sighed, and said, "We'll note it. But let it go, June. Sometimes the mountain keeps its own echoes." I said I would. But I still check the dispatch frequency every few nights. Not because I'm waiting for a voice. Because silence feels heavier when you know it's not empty. The tower's coordinates remain active in the SAR system, even though the site's blank on maps now. And every so often, when weather sweeps down from the Cascades, the radio lights up for a single second, displaying that old call sign Tower 17, dispatch. The console blinks, then goes dark again, and that's all. My name is Eli Navarro. I work with a volunteer alpine search and rescue unit based out of Bishop, California. We cover the eastern Sierra Nevada, some of the highest, most unforgiving terrain in the lower 48. It's not a job you ease into. It's one you survive long enough to get used to. I've been on missions for over a decade, but the call that came in on February 12th, 3 winters ago, still sits at the back of my skull. The one we now refer to quietly, when it comes up at all, as Ridge 47. The missing climber was a solo mountaineer named Derek Yates, 38, experienced, formerly military. He'd last checked in 2 days, prior from the eastern approach to Basin Mountain, near a narrow offshoot ridge listed on old topographic charts as Ridge 47, a minor point, unnamed on modern maps. His route plan was vague. Like most weekend climbers, a loop up through Sioux fields to an iced chute, down along the ridge, and back to his truck. He never made it back. We were warned about an incoming storm, fast moving from the Pacific, but dispatch wanted a team up before it hit. The logic was simple. Either find Yates before the whiteout, or lose him until spring. I was paired with Luke Martin, my long-time climbing partner. He was the kind of guy who kept steady no matter what, never wasted a breath on nerves, never let fear show. We loaded up that afternoon, 2 packs at 70 pounds each, and took the old road to Glacier Lodge trailhead. Snow had already started to drift by the time we parked. The sky looked like it was pressed too low, heavy and slow rolling, the kind that swallows sound. We started on foot before sunset, following faint tracks that led into the tree line. They matched Yates's boot size and stride. Every few dozen yards, one of us would stop and scan with binoculars, but visibility was already fading to gray. Storms pushing faster than they said. Luke muttered, tightening his hood. "Yeah, we'll dig in before the ridgeline." I said it was standard SAR procedure. Get as high as conditions allow, establish bivouac, wait for a clearing. It didn't always mean comfort, but it kept you alive. By 1700 hours, the snow thickened. The trail wound through frozen switchbacks where our own boot prints filled faster than we could make them. The radio was still clear then. Dispatch confirmed we were the only team on that sector. They wanted check-ins every hour. I remember Luke laughing, every hour. Sure, if the antenna doesn't ice up first. We reached tree line near dusk. From there, Ridge 47 was visible, a long spine of snow angled northwest, tapering off into what looked like a sheer drop into the canyon basin. I'd seen photos of that slope from summer routes, bare granite and sparse pines, but under snow it was unrecognizable, a single white contour with no texture, like the earth had been erased. We pitched camp in a shallow drift, just below the ridge crest. The temperature had dropped to single digits, wind cutting at 40 miles per hour. Luke handled the tent while I dug a windbreak trench. The air had that dull metallic bite to it that freezes nose hairs instantly. We checked our altimeter, 10,800 feet. Higher than we'd planned, but safer than the open ridge above. We set up the stove, melted snow, and radioed base. Static came through first, then dispatch's clipped reply. Copy your position. Conditions degrading, storm front within the hour. Hold tight until morning. So we did. Inside the tent, we huddled in sleeping bags. Headlamps dimmed. The walls flapped hard with wind gusts, like an animal breathing against the nylon. Luke had his journal out, sketching the route we'd covered. He always did that, hand-drawing maps as a way to keep orientation. Yates probably got caught in this, he said. Guy probably thought he could outrun a mountain storm. Everyone does the first time, I said. He grinned, teeth pale against wind-burnt skin. And some of us the second. I didn't laugh, but he wasn't wrong. The wind howled through the night like surf, steady and deep. I drifted between light sleep and listening. At one point, around 2300, I heard Luke unzip the tent. He said something about stepping out to relieve himself, voice muffled under layers. I heard the crunch of boots, then silence again. Minutes later, over the wind, he called my name. Once, then again closer. I sat up, confused. His voice sounded wrong, too level, like someone mimicking tone but not breath. I pulled on gloves and stepped outside. The beam of my headlamp sliced through thick snow. I could see our footprints circling the tent, and one set of fresh tracks leading away toward the ridge. Luke. No answer, just the wind. I followed his prints about 20 yards before they vanished under new snow. The world had gone shapeless. No up, no down. Just glare. For a few seconds I felt the pull of vertigo, that eerie trick where every direction feels slightly uphill. Then, faintly, I heard him again, behind me this time. I spun. My headlamp caught nothing but white. I could see my own tracks now, half covered already, running back to the tent. Luke's trail seemed to merge into mine at some point, tangled like someone had walked in circles. I called out again, louder. My radio hissed with static. I tried switching channels, tapping the casing to knock ice loose, but it was no use. By instinct, I crouched and checked the snow texture. Wind-crusted, fine, maybe 2 inches since he'd gone out. He couldn't have wandered far. I shouted again, and my voice vanished in the gust. Something about the silence afterward. It wasn't right. Mountains have silence, sure, but this was absence. Like the air itself stopped carrying sound. I turned back to the tent, light shaking slightly from wind. Luke was there when I unzipped it. He looked up from his bag, half asleep, eyes squinting against my headlamp. "What?" he muttered. "You good?" For a long second, I just stood there, not understanding what I was seeing. "You just called me," I said finally. "Twice." He blinked, sat up. "No, man. I didn't even get out. I've been trying to sleep." I stared at him. His boots were beside his bag, dry. His parka lay folded. He frowned. "You all right?" I didn't answer. I crawled back in, zipped the tent, and just listened to the storm. Maybe I'd measured through the wind. Maybe the sound bounced off the ridge in some strange way. That's what I told myself anyway. We didn't talk about it again that night. By morning, the storm had calmed, but visibility stayed low. Snow still sifted down like powder through fog. We ate a half-freeze, dried meal, packed up, and started up the slope toward the ridge crest. The climb was slow, knee-deep snow, unpredictable crust layers. We used ice axes for balance, keeping a rope between us. Every now and then, I thought I heard someone ahead of us, faint crunching, but it could have been snow sloughing down the slope. At around 10 a.m., Luke stopped suddenly. "Hold up," he pointed. Half buried near a rock crop was a torn section of blue tarp. A survival shelter, maybe. We dug carefully, and within minutes uncovered a small bevy sack. Standard mountaineer gear. Inside, frozen solid, were protein wrappers, a water bottle, and a phone. The name etched on the bottle cap read Yas. "Got him," I said quietly. The phone was dead, of course. We marked GPS coordinates, snapped photos, and kept scanning. No sign of footprints, though snow depth could have erased them days ago. We radioed base, got partial signal. Copy location. Stand by for weather update. Static took the rest. Luke looked toward the ridge crest, maybe 100 yards above. He might have gone higher to get signal. Or lower to get out of it, I said. He adjusted his pack, snow caked to his beard. "Let's just check the ridge." We moved up, following faint wind ridges like landmarks. The higher we got, the more I felt that uneasy sense from the night before, like the world wasn't sensing right. My footprints seemed too close to his, always drifting inward until our lines nearly overlapped. When we reached the crest, the view stopped me cold. Below us, the ridge curved sharply down into a basin filled with fog. Wind carved the snow into smooth, wave-like shapes. At the edge, there were 2 sets of footprints, ours, but one set seemed to double back. Luke stared, then glanced at me. "We didn't turn here, did we?" "No," I said. He crouched to look closer. Looks like someone did. Right into. He trailed off. The prints ended abruptly at the ridge lip, where snow dropped into a cornice. We roped off, Luke anchoring while I leaned closer to inspect. Under the crust, it looked hollow, dangerous. I backed away. That's when the radio crackled again, sharp enough to make us both flinch. Base to Team Bravo. Report location. Repeat. Report location. Luke grabbed the handset. This is Bravo 1. We're near Ridge 47 summit, 900 feet. Found Yates's bevy sack. Continuing sweep. Copy. Came the voice faint. Another team located subject Yates. Repeat. Located. Alive. 2 miles downslope from your last known. Static cut in, but it was enough. Luke and I looked at each other. Alive, I said. He nodded slowly. 2 miles downslope. That's impossible. We started descending immediately, following compass and GPS. The wind had eased, but the snow softened underfoot, hiding crevices. Our tracks wove together like a single line. At one point, Luke looked over his shoulder. Hey, Illy, when I went out last night. You said you didn't. I know. But I think I dreamed it. You calling my name, me following it. I saw light in the storm, like your headlamp. I was sure you were ahead of me. I didn't answer. I just kept walking. He swore softly. You ever feel like the mountain remembers footsteps? Like it gets confused whose are whose? Keep moving, I said. We reached a narrow chute by mid-afternoon. Wind funneling through. I checked GPS. Signal flickered but showed elevation dropping fast. The valley below looked endless, gray and cold. Somewhere down there, they said, Yates was alive. We pushed through white silence until the slope widened again. I turned once, scanning the ridge above. For a second, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing there. Far up the slope, facing us. It didn't move. When I blinked, it was gone. And that was how the descent began. By the time we reached the lower basin, the storm had thinned into a mist. The kind that hangs low to the snow, soft and eerie, as if the air forgot how to move. Luke and I had been descending for nearly 3 hours without seeing any sign of the rescue team, who supposedly found Yates. The radio had gone quiet again, only static that rose and fell like breathing. The slope flattened into a wind, scored plain dotted with rocks that jutted through the snow like black knuckles. Somewhere beyond them, the valley opened toward a frozen creek bed. We paused there to check bearings. My compass needle spun half a degree left, then twitched back, never steady for more than a second. Luke noticed too. Magnetic interference. Could be, I said, though I didn't sound convinced. Could be the metal ridge under us. He smirked faintly. Sure. Mountains full of mystery steel beams. But he pocketed his compass anyway. The snow underfoot had hardened to a crust that cracked in small, sharp noises. In those cracks, I kept thinking I heard something layered beneath. The faint crunch of another set of boots, trailing just behind. Every time I turned, it was only wind slipping through rock gaps. We kept moving until the ridge above us disappeared into fog. The silence down there had a different weight. No gusts, no echoes, just the sound of our packs and breathing. It was like the mountain itself was waiting. We stopped for a short break at 1500 hours. Luke took a seat on a rock ledge, pulled off from gloves to check his fingers. Raw from frostbite. We're not far from tree line, he said, looking around. If they pulled Yates from the basin, we'll hit their tracks soon. I nodded, though I felt that same quiet unease pressing at the back of my skull. The GPS showed we were roughly in the coordinates dispatch mentioned earlier, but the map screen was glitching. Our blue route line kept folding over itself. Signals bouncing, I muttered. Luke leaned closer. Looks like we've been circling. That couldn't be right. We'd been moving downslope the whole time. I reset the unit, waited for the coordinates to re-stabilize. When they did, Our track showed a loop, a perfect circle. Radius maybe 200 meters. We both just stared at it. Luke exhaled, a sound that came out half a laugh. Gus, the mountains got jokes. Or it's our own prince repeating, I said, though I didn't believe it. We pressed on, choosing a new heading. The mist thickened again, curling around our legs. For a while I thought I saw faint depressions ahead, like someone had dragged a sled or stretcher. But when we reached them, they'd faded, melted, maybe. The air was warmer than it should have been for that elevation. At 1600 hours, the radio flickered alive. Bravo, 1, this is base. Update, subject Yates recovered and transported. Repeat, transported. Debrief when possible. I caught the tail end. Transported. My chest loosened slightly. Luke exhaled through his scarf. So that's that. But he didn't sound relieved. Then why are we still out here? He added quietly. If he's found, why didn't they call us back? I didn't answer. We were already too deep to turn around before nightfall. We kept descending another half hour before I saw something in the fog ahead. Dark, vertical, thin. At first I thought it was a burned tree. Then it shifted slightly. I lifted my hand. Hold! Luke followed my gaze. The shape resolved into what looked like a standing figure, maybe 50 yards off, motionless against the pale. We both stood frozen. Could be another team. Luke whispered. Could be shadow play, I said. We waited, watching. The figure never moved, though the mist around it drifted sideways. Then the wind rose suddenly, cutting visibility again. When it cleared seconds later, the figure was gone. Luke muttered something I didn't catch. We moved forward anyway, because what else could we do? We found no footprints when we reached the spot. Just smooth snow. Unbroken. That night, we made camp at the edge of the basin, beside a cluster of ice, shattered rocks that gave a little shelter from wind. The GPS read 400 feet. We dug in, pitched the tent, and heated another packet meal. Luke didn't say much. Neither did I. While he adjusted the tent lines, I walked a few paces out, checking the perimeter for avalanche risk. Snow glittered faintly under my headlamp, a blue, white sheen. I turned slowly, scanning the ridgeline above. A faint glimmer caught my eye. Light, maybe from a distant headlamp, far higher up. I blinked, thinking it could be a reflection, but it pulsed once, steady and rhythmic like a signal. Luke, I called softly. You seeing that? He came out, squinting up where I pointed. The light was still there, tiny but deliberate, flashing through the fog. He frowned. That's on Ridge 47. No team should still be up there. Maybe Yates's gear left behind. Or he trailed off. Or maybe not. The radio hissed again, brief static, then nothing. We stood there for a while, watching that pulse blink in and out until clouds swallowed it. Later, inside the tent, the temperature dropped hard. I zipped my bag up to my chin, flashlight off. The quiet felt wrong again, like the mountain had drawn breath and held it. I tried to focus on Luke's steady breathing across the tent. Sometime past midnight, I woke to the faint sound of crunching snow just outside. Slow, deliberate steps circling the tent. My first thought was wildlife, but the pace was too even, too measured. I reached for my knife and whispered, Luke. No answer. I sat up, heart thudding. The steps paused. Then a voice came low, muffled by the nylon. A lie. It was Luke's voice. But Luke was still in his sleeping bag, barely stirring. Ali, the voice said again, this time closer to the entrance. I held still, barely breathing. Something brushed the tent fabric, light, like fingertips tracing the seam. Then silence again. I unzipped my bag slowly, reached for my headlamp, clicked it on. The inside of the tent lit up in cold white. Luke's eyes opened, squinting at me. What? He mumbled. Someone's outside. He sat up instantly, grabbed his ice axe. We waited, listening, nothing. After a full minute, he exhaled. Probably wind carrying echoes, I heard your voice, he frowned. Mine, exactly yours. He didn't respond. Instead, he leaned forward and unzipped the tent flap a few inches, peering out. His light swept across unbroken snow. Tracks, he said. There's something. We both stepped out. The air burned our throats. Around the tent were faint prints, boot-shaped, size close to ours, but leading in a tight half circle before fading into wind crust. I crouched. The depth was shallow, like someone barely pressing their weight. Luke stared at them for a long moment, then looked at me. You sure you didn't walk out earlier? You know I didn't. He gave a small nod but didn't argue. We brushed snow over the prints and went back inside. Neither of us slept again. When dawn came, it was pale and colorless. The storm had cleared enough to reveal the ridgeline behind us, jagged and sharp under the new light. From where we stood, I could trace our descent path carved into the snow. But something else was visible too. Parallel tracks running beside ours almost the whole way down, faint but consistent, as if a third person had mirrored our route. Another team must have come through, Luke said, though his voice lacked conviction. No call, Inns mentioned it. He didn't reply. We packed fast and started the final stretch toward the lower trail junction. The air warmed with altitude. Snow thinned to slush between granite boulders. I radioed base again, got through briefly. Bravo. 1, confirm return route via Canyon Trail. Weather holding. Debrief at outpost. Copy. We moved faster. But even as we dropped into the tree line, the forest seemed wrong. The trees were spaced oddly, roots bulging through ice in shapes that looked almost deliberate. Every now and then I'd catch the impression of motion between trunks. Just a flicker of darker gray against the white. I didn't say anything. Neither did Luke. We reached the trail junction near noon, marked by an old wooden signpost half, buried in snow. That's where we saw them boot tracks leading out from the trees, fresh, heading up slope toward Ridge 47 again. Luke crouched, brushed snow from the edge of one. These are mine, he said quietly. I looked closer. They matched his tread pattern exactly. Same spacing, same slight left. Foot drag he'd had since an ankle injury last year. But they were leading away, not toward us. Could have been yesterday's. I offered weakly. No. Look, new snow under them hasn't crusted yet. These are hours old. We stared at them in silence. The prince went straight into the fog, back toward the ridge we'd spent all night trying to leave. I glanced at him. You sure you didn't? He cut me off. I didn't. And if I did, you'd have heard me. The forest swallowed the wind again, leaving only the sound of dripping meltwater. I didn't realize I'd been gripping my radio until it crackled unexpectedly. A voice came through. Our dispatch officer fade distorted by static. Bravo 1, confirm status. Copy. The subject Yates states he encountered one of you on Ridge 47 during the storm. Says you were following him. The radio hissed out, leaving only white noise. Luke looked at me, his expression unreadable. What? I started, then stopped. He just stared. I didn't follow him. I said again, though it sounded like I was trying to convince myself. Luke tightened the strap on his pack, eyes still fixed on the ridge above. Then who did? We didn't speak for a while after that. Just the crunch of boots and the slow whisper of snow sliding off branches. As we hiked out, the mountain behind us loomed in silence. Ridge 47 vanished into cloud again, as if it had never been there. But the footprints didn't fade until long after we'd passed them. We made it back to the base station in Bishop by late afternoon the next day. The snow line had dropped behind us, and the air smelled faintly of sage and asphalt again. Civilization's quiet mercy. The rest of the unit was already there. When we arrived, trucks lined along the lot, engines ticking in the cold. The storm had cleared enough for everyone else to start retrieval and cleanup operations. Inside, the command post buzzed with the subdued noise that follows every successful mission, relief edged with exhaustion. Radios clicked, maps rustled. Coffee burned on the hot plate. Derek Yates sat on a cot near the back wall, wrapped in a thermal blanket. His face was cracked with frostbite around the lips and nose, but his eyes were alert, fixed on us the second we walked in. He looked nothing like a man who'd just been rescued from a whiteout. He looked like someone still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Our supervisor, Captain Reeves, nodded to us as we stepped in. "Good work on the ridge. You two were the last to check in before the signal cut out." Luke and I just nodded. My voice didn't feel steady enough for words. Reeves turned to Yates. "These are the guys who tracked your route. You remember seeing them?" Yates's gaze flicked to me, then to Luke, then back to me again. He didn't answer right away. "I remember someone," he said finally. His voice came out dry like gravel. "On the ridge." Reeves frowned. "You're sure?" Yates's eyes didn't leave mine. "Positive. I saw him standing near the cornice, waving. He was wearing a red jacket." I blinked. "I was wearing black." Yates didn't look away. "I'm not saying it was you, but he called your name. Ally. Twice." The room went still. Luke glanced at me, expression unreadable. Reeves scratched the back of his neck. "Could have been echo distortion," he said. "The tone you use when you want to dismiss something quickly. Storms do strange things with sound out there." "Sure," Yates said, but he didn't sound convinced. Reeves waved it off and turned to Luke. "You two get food, hot shower, gear check in the morning. We'll debrief at 0900. We nodded, and that was that, for the official part, anyway. In the bunk room, Luke sat on his cot, elbows on knees, staring at the floor. His gear was spread out in neat order, like always, everything wiped, folded, aligned. It was a habit of his, ritual maybe. I dropped my pack against the wall and sank onto the other cot. Neither of us spoke for a while. Finally, he said, "You ever get the sense we brought something down with us?" I looked over. "Like what?" He shrugged. "I don't know. Like we weren't supposed to leave." I didn't answer. I thought about the tracks that had mirrored ours down the slope. The voice that called my name outside the tent. The light pulsing on the ridge. Maybe the storm plays tricks. I said finally. Luke gave a dry laugh. "That's the thing. I didn't hear the wind wrong. I heard you." I stared at him. He continued, still quiet. "The night before the rescue, I woke up because I heard you calling. From outside. Saying my name, same tone, same pace. I stepped out, followed it a few yards, saw your headlamp moving ahead. I kept calling back, but you didn't turn. Then you just vanished. I figured I dreamed it. But now Yates says the same thing. He heard you." "That doesn't make sense," I said. "You saw me in the tent." He nodded slowly. "Yeah. That's what doesn't make sense." He looked at his hands, flexing the fingers that were still blistered white from cold. "Whatever was up there, it's still between us. You feel it, don't you?" I wanted to deny it, but I couldn't. The room felt too warm, the air too still. I went outside for air. The sun had already dipped behind the Inyo Range, and the light was that thin orange that makes every snowbank look bruised. The sky above the Sierra Ridge glowed faintly. I stared at it until my eyes watered. Behind me, the door creaked open. Yates stepped out, moving stiffly on frostbitten legs. "You're Navarro," he said. "Yeah." He came to stand beside me, silent for a while. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, careful. "What I said in there about seeing you. I didn't imagine it." I nodded but said nothing. He went on. "I bivvied below the ridge, maybe 100 yards from that cornice. Storm hit fast, visibility dropped to 0. Around midnight, I saw light cutting through the snow, a beam moving slow, steady. Then I heard someone call your name, clear as day, twice. Thought maybe rescue had come early. But then, he trailed off, looking at the darkening peaks. Then I realized the light wasn't moving forward. It was circling. Circling. He nodded, like it was searching for something, or waiting for you to notice. I swallowed hard. And you're sure it wasn't me? He gave a dry, humorless smile. You'd have had to be in two places at once. We stood there a while longer, not talking. Eventually, he went back inside. I stayed until the cold crept through my jacket. When I finally returned to the bunk room, Luke was gone. His duffel sat half-zipped, his radio missing. I checked the hallway, empty. The comms desk said he'd signed out an hour earlier to get air. No one saw which way he went. It was after dark when they found his tracks again, fresh, leading out of the lot, heading north toward the mountains. By the time a team followed, the snow had started falling again. They traced the prints for nearly half a mile before they stopped. Clean cut, as if he'd stepped off the edge of something invisible. We searched for 2 more days. The official report lists him as missing, presumed deceased due to exposure. But no one in the unit says that out loud. They just say he went back up. A month later, after the weather finally broke, I hiked out there alone. I told no one. It was wrong to go, I knew, but silence didn't feel like closure. Ridge 47 waited the same way it had before. Cold, endless, indifferent. I climbed back to where Luke and I had first bivouacked. The snow had hardened into crusts of ice that groaned under my boots. The tent was gone, wind scarred, but a few stakes still jutted out of the drift. I stood there for a long time, listening. No wind, no wildlife, just that deep, suspended quiet mountains get when they want to keep something. Then, faintly, I heard it, far off, almost lost in the air, my name. Eli. Once. Then again. I turned, scanning the slope. Nothing but white and rock. I took a few steps uphill. The voice came again, closer this time, though there was no echo, just the sound landing directly beside me. Eli? I stopped. Luke? No reply. I stood there until my legs went numb, waiting for something to change. The light, the wind, anything. But the mountain stayed still. Then I noticed the snow near my feet. 2 sets of prints, side by side. Mine and another set the same size overlapping, but pressed deeper, as if whoever made them weighed more or came after. I backed away, breath fogging in the cold. The prints followed. That broke me. I turned and ran downslope, stumbling through drifts until I hit the tree line. By the time I reached the truck, the light had faded. I didn't look back at the ridge again. The following week, Reeves asked me to file an official statement for the records. I wrote down every detail. The storm, the bevy, the coordinates, Yates's recovery, Luke's disappearance. I stopped short of describing the voice. Some things you can't explain without sounding like you're trying to. When I handed him the report, he skimmed it and said, "You're off active rotation for a while. Standard procedure after a loss." I didn't argue. That night, I sat in the dorm office, staring at the topo maps pinned to the wall. My eyes kept landing on the section labeled Ridge 47. The contour lines formed a perfect oval loop, a closed shape. No start, no end. I still don't know what we encountered up there. There's a rational answer. Maybe acoustic reflections, fatigue, hypothermia. But some nights when the wind shifts through the canyon outside town, I hear it again. My name, called softly. Exactly the way I said Luke's on that first night. And every time I hear it, I remember what he told me on the ridge, when the world was folding in on itself. You ever feel like the mountain remembers footsteps? Yeah. Sometimes I think it remembers mine too. My name is Natalie Finn. I'm a field coordinator for Fremont County Search and Rescue, Wyoming. I've worked dozens of backcountry calls across the Wind River Range, from missing elk hunters to snowmobilers who thought frozen lakes could hold a February thaw. None of those made my palms sweat the way the South Pass Gulch mission did last winter. I've tried to write it down because memory bends over time, and if I don't put the sequence in order, the details start to overlap, like the echoes we heard out there. It started as a standard late season recovery request. A solo climber named Martin Keller had failed to return after a 2-day route along the cliffs bordering the gulch. His car was still parked at the trailhead off Highway 28, buried to the axles in wind-blown snow. The sheriff's office had a brief from his brother. Martin was an experienced mountaineer, self-sufficient, and equipped for winter. That meant he could survive longer, but also that we'd be expected to search farther. I remember that morning being colorless. The sky was a pale film, and the air smelled of iron, the kind of dry cold that makes even your breath sound sharp. We parked our snowmobiles where the slope narrowed into a bottleneck of granite walls, the entrance to South Pass Gulch proper. The wind there wasn't just loud, it was shaped. It didn't roar evenly, it pulsed in waves, like it was squeezing through cracks and cavities deep in the rock. When it hit you, it carried half-formed voices. If you'd ever stood in a canyon and yelled your own name, you know the sound. But this was stranger. Words seemed to reach us before we made them. Our team that day was 4. Me, my climbing lead Ben Ortiz, rope specialist Jared Lyle, and our medic, Lisa Monroe. We checked our radios before dropping into the gulch. They were clean, just static. I logged the first coordinates at 09:43 hours. From there, visibility dropped to maybe 30 yards. The wind was scarring snow off the ledges and flinging it into spirals. We followed faint boot impressions that seemed to belong to one person, size around 10, moving uphill. I remember thinking Martin's trail looked deliberate. No panic steps, no drag marks. He'd been steady. About an hour in, the slope pitched downward and narrowed again. South Pass Gulch isn't much of a canyon compared to Utah Slick Rock, but it's carved deep enough that sunlight barely touches the bottom in winter. The walls are dark limestone streaked with frost, and sound bounces unpredictably. When Ben called out for a position check, "Natalie, you copy," the words came back after 2 full seconds. Not faint, either. Loud, like someone else repeating him. He muttered that the echo delay was long, maybe 30 meters behind the curve. I agreed, though something about the timing felt off. We moved in single file, using an anchored rope for balance. At one point, Jared stopped and crouched beside a crack in the ice. He pointed at a few fibers caught between frozen layers. Synthetic, possibly paracord strands. He looked up at me. "Could be from Martin's rig," he said. I took a photo and tagged the location. Then the wind rose again, and I heard my own voice from somewhere up ahead, asking, "Could be from Martin's rig." The same inflection, same pitch. Lisa turned around, eyebrows raised. "You said that, right?" she asked. I nodded, but my stomach tightened. We reached a small ledge around noon and decided to rest. Ben unpacked the thermal drone we use for visual scans, but the gusts knocked it sideways before it could stabilize. We gave up after 2 attempts. From the ledge we could see maybe 100 yards further down the gulch. A tangle of rock spurs and overhangs leading into a basin half choked with snow. The wind there made a steady hum like a cello string. Ben suggested descending another 30 feet to investigate a bright spot he'd seen through binoculars. Something catching light against the rock. Jared volunteered to rig the line. We've done it hundreds of times, find a solid anchor, test, double, tie, belay. He looped the rope around a protruding boulder and clipped his carabiner. I was about to check the knots when he paused. "Feel that?" he asked. The rope had gone tight, as if something below had taken up slack. I watched his gloves shift as the line twitched once. Ben assumed it was wind drag. "Hold tension," he said. "Probably snagged on a ledge." Jared nodded, leaned back, and the rope eased again. He fed it through the belay plate while recorded the timestamp. Then the line went dead loose. We all froze. Jared tugged. No resistance. The rope hung limp, the end swaying a few inches. I looked over the edge, but the slope vanished into shadow. He reeled it up hand over hand, expecting abrasion or a cut. When the severed end came into view, the coarse strands were frayed but even, like they'd been sliced by pressure or cold, not sawn. He stared at it, muttering, "That's clean." I took photos, gloved fingers shaking more from wind than nerves. We marked the site and decided to backtrack 10 meters to reassess. The wind rose again, throwing snow against our visors. Then, clear as radio chatter, I heard Ben's voice call from below us,
"Hold tension!"
Except Ben was standing right beside me. He whipped his head toward me, eyes wide. "You heard that?" I nodded. Jared's mouth tightened, and Lisa's knuckles whitened on her pack strap. I keyed my radio, thinking maybe we'd picked up some stray frequency. "Base, this is Team Finn at South Pass Gulch. Possible interference on Channel 2. Please confirm." Only static came back, faint and rhythmic, like someone breathing near the mic. The next half hour blurred into cautious retreat. We debated whether to continue downward, but Ben decided to circle along the east ridge to look for an alternate descent route. The gulch bottom was too unstable to risk another rappel until we had visual confirmation of what was below. I agreed. Procedures mattered more than hunches. We set a marker at the cut rope site and climbed to higher ground. The echoes followed us. They weren't constant, just enough to make you flinch. One syllable repeated, then nothing. When I called for Ben, my name came back delayed, stretched, then folded over itself. Natalie, Ali Lai. By 1400, clouds were thickening. The temperature dropped fast, and the wind changed pitch again, a hollow, circular moan that carried through the gulch like the inside of a pipe. We took shelter behind a ridge lip to check our GPS. All units read correctly except Jared's. His showed a position half a mile east, inside the gorge. He reset it twice, same result. Could be interference from magnetic ore, Ben said, but the word "could" didn't sound convincing. When we resumed, visibility worsened to near whiteout. Snow came sideways, a gritty, dry spray that stung like sand. We stayed clipped together on a single safety line, maintaining voice contact every few minutes. At one point, Lisa slipped and slid about 6 feet before Ben hauled her upright. The fall shook her, and she muttered that she'd heard someone yell her name, just before losing footing. Probably me. I told her, though I hadn't said a thing. We made camp at 1610 on a wide shelf shielded from the worst gusts. Standard winter bivouac, wind wall of snow, tents pinned, stoves running. We melted ice for water and reviewed the day's notes. Jared kept replaying footage from his helmet cam, frame by frame, looking at the moment the rope went slack. You could see his gloved hands, the rope stretched taut, and then a flicker. It wasn't a shadow exactly, more like the lens shuddered from vibration. The next frame showed the line loose. No visible break, no fray pattern forming beforehand. He didn't say anything, but his jaw set hard. Ben leaned over his shoulder and muttered. Could have been the wind shaking the anchor. Jared replied. The anchor didn't move. As darkness fell, the echoes didn't stop. Even with our tents up, the gulch threw sound like a funhouse mirror. Every zipper, every whisper bounced in strange directions. At one point, Lisa laughed softly, half out of nerves, and said, "It's like the cliffs are talking back." I wrote my field report by headlamp inside my tent that night. My gloves were stiff from ice, and I could barely hold the pen. I noted the rope failure, the possible paracord fibers, and the anomalous sound reflections. Nothing about voices. Nothing subjective. Official logs can't include superstition. When I clicked my radio for the final check before sleep, I thought I heard movement outside, soft crunching in snow, rhythmic. Probably wind dislodging ice. Then a static burst crackled through the speaker, and a voice, not one I recognized, repeated our earlier call in a whisper. Hold tension. It was so faint I wasn't sure if it had played at all. I turned the volume down and listened. Only the wind answered, threading through the rock like breath. The next morning, we'd find prints circling our camp. 3 sets, ours, and one that stopped just short of the eastern tent line. The snow was clean there, unbroken, except for that single row of impressions facing inward, toes pointing at us. When Ben measured them, he said quietly, "Same boot size as Keller's." We didn't know then that his brother had reported Martin's spare boots still in the car trunk. We woke to silence so complete it felt staged. The wind had died overnight, leaving the canyon hollowed out and still, the snow smooth as poured plaster. My first thought was that the weather break would help us cover ground faster. My second was that something about the air felt wrong. Dense, muffled. Like every sound was being swallowed. Ben stepped out first, flashlight beam sweeping the rock wall above. His breath plumed white against the gray. Jared came out next, checking the line we'd strung between tents as a guide in case the wind kicked back. He froze halfway across camp and crouched, glove brushing the snow. Tracks, he said. The prints we'd seen the night before hadn't blown over. That alone was strange. The wind had been brutal until midnight, yet the pattern remained crisp. They were standard hiking boots, Vibram sole, roughly men's size 10. The steps circled halfway around our camp, stopped short of Lisa's tent, and ended. No retreat path, no stagger, no collapse marks. Just ended. Ben crouched to inspect them, using a ruler from his kit. Heel pressures light, he said. Not much depth. Whoever made them was barely carrying weight. Lisa joined us, tightening her parka. Could it have been Keller? She asked. Maybe, Ben said. Or someone else passing through before last night. Jared looked up. Then where's the drift layer over them? No one answered. I logged the coordinates and photos, protocol always. We finished breaking camp by 08:10. The plan was to move further down the gulch. Sweep the basin where we'd spotted that glint yesterday. Weather forecast showed a storm cell moving in by dusk, so we had about 8 hours before wind returned. Our progress that morning was quick but quiet. Without the wind, the echoes softened, replaced by an occasional drip of meltwater from the walls. The gorge bent southward, narrowing again into a chute barely 10 feet wide. We used crampons on the ice, front pointing across frozen sections of runoff. At 09:30, Lisa spotted color against the limestone, a shred of orange fabric jammed in a crack. We pried it loose carefully. It was a torn section of synthetic jacket sleeve, burned at the edges as if melted. The brand tag was Arc'teryx. Keller's brother had mentioned his down parka was that brand, but green, not orange. We bagged the sample anyway. Could be from someone else, Ben said. Could be from gear degradation, Jared replied. Friction heat, rope drag. Lisa frowned. Or flare damage, Ben said again, but none of us had lit one. We moved on. The gorge deepened another 50 feet, the light turning blue-gray. I noticed my breathing echoing back slightly delayed. Half a second, maybe less. I tested it deliberately, saying, "Test," under my breath. The repeat came back slower, flatter, like someone tired saying it after me. I didn't tell the others. Around mid-morning, Jared stopped again and pointed to the left wall. A line of scratches ran diagonally through the frost. A rope drag path, maybe 3 meters long. At the end of it, a small metal python was still wedged between stone layers. The eyelet was empty. Ben touched it with a gloved hand. Old, he said. oxidized. But the scratch pattern's fresh, Jared countered. They stood there for a long moment, looking at it without speaking. Then Ben said, "Let's move." By noon, we reached the basin. It was broader than I'd expected, almost a natural amphitheater carved out of shadow. The snow there was oddly smooth, unbroken except for scattered debris, small fabric threads, a half-buried carabiner, and a rope coil frozen in ice. Jared chipped it out with his axe. The line was similar to ours, red static nylon, about 60 meters. But halfway through, it stopped clean, like it had been burned through rather than frayed. The cut edges were fused. Chemical exposure. Lisa suggested. Possible, I said. But from what? Ben paced along the base of the rock face, eyes scanning upward. This matches Keller's intended climb line. He could have been rappelling here. He glanced at the rope coil. Maybe he fell and tried to self-arrest. Then where's his body? Jared asked. Ben didn't answer. We decided to grid, search the area. I moved north, following a small depression leading toward a culvert of packed snow. The floor there dipped slightly, and I nearly missed what looked like a glove half, buried near the edge. I brushed it out carefully. It was leather, right-handed, stiff with frost. Inside, I found a small metal whistle tied to the wrist loop. I called the team over. Ben examined it and nodded slowly. Martin carried one of these. Standard issue avalanche whistle. His brother confirmed he bought 2 last year. Lisa exhaled, breath fogging her glasses. So he made it here. Jared looked around the basin. Then what happened next? Before anyone could answer, the wind picked up again. Just a whisper at first, curling through the cliffs, carrying faint resonance. Then clearer, a long, low note, stretched and broken. It sounded uncannily, like someone calling from far below. Ben held up a hand. Quiet. We listened. Another sound followed, a yell, maybe, but distorted by distance and air currents. Could have been echo. Could have been our own voices bouncing off the rim. Jared cupped his hands.
Martin!
This is Fremont County Search and Rescue. Respond if you can hear us. The echo came back wrong. Respond if you can hear us, it said, half a beat late. We waited. Then, just as Jared was about to call again, another reply drifted upward, fainter, but not quite echoing the same rhythm. Hear you. Lisa's eyes went wide. Was that? Ben's hand stayed raised. Hold, he said. We waited again, but no further sound came. The wind died as suddenly as it had begun. Acoustic illusion, Ben muttered after a while. Temperature gradient can bend sound waves in weird ways. I wrote that in my notebook, even though none of us seemed convinced. At 14:30, we prepared a rappel down a secondary slope, leading deeper into the basin floor. Jared rigged the main line, double-checked the anchors. He clipped in and tested tension. He said, "I'll go first." Ben nodded, slow and steady. Call out every 5 meters. Jared started his descent. The slope curved under him, vanishing behind a lip. We could still see the rope moving, hear the metal squeak of carabiners. 5 meters. 10 then, a sharp pull. The line jerked once, hard enough that snow fell from the ridge edge. Ben braced the anchor instinctively. "You good?" he shouted. No answer. Jared copy. Only the creak of rope. Lisa crouched beside the line. "There's tension. He's on it." Ben called again louder. "Jared, talk to me." Nothing. Then, faint but distinct, came Jared's voice from the radio clipped to Ben's chest. "Hold tension." Ben exhaled. "Copy." "Holding." But Jared's actual radio was still clipped to his own harness. The signal should have come from below, not ours. The reception light on Ben's radio wasn't even blinking. He lowered another 5 feet of slack, just in case Jared needed room. The rope twitched again, then went slack completely. "Goddamn it," Ben said under his breath. "He's off the wall." We anchored a backup line. I clipped in second and descended cautiously, snow brushing my knees. The overhang ended in a small frozen pit, maybe 15 feet deep. Jared stood at the bottom, staring upward, rope still in hand. Yuo called. He nodded slowly.
Did you just say hold tension?
No. That came from your line. He frowned, lips pressed tight. I felt a pull from below, not above. We searched the pit thoroughly. Nothing but ice, rock, and a few trapped branches. I logged another note, no tracks except ours, no secondary entry point. When we climbed back up, Ben looked drained. He checked his watch and said we'd pull back toward camp before the storm hit. We'll regroup tomorrow with base input, he said. I don't like this visibility. We made it halfway back up the ridge before the light started fading. The storm arrived faster than forecast. Wind roaring again, this time from multiple directions. Snow came thick, almost solid. We clipped together and moved single file, following GPS waypoints. The echoes returned, multiplied by gusts. Every shout split into layers. I heard Ben's voice ahead, then again behind, then somewhere to the left, all repeating different fragments of the same order. Keep line, line, line. At one point, Lisa stumbled and dropped her pack. I turned to help her, and that's when I saw the rope's midpoint, sagging in a way that didn't match our movements. Something pulling slightly down from below, just for a second. Then nothing. We reached the ledge where we'd bivouacked before just as night fully closed in. The wind was so strong we couldn't pitch tents. We huddled behind the snow wall remnants, stoves running low to keep heat minimal and prevent snowmelt collapse. Ben sat beside me, notebook open but pen idle. We're missing something simple, he said. What do you mean? He looked out into the dark gorge. Echo geometry. Distance to delay ratio. The timing's wrong. For a canyon this size, delay should be under 1 second. But yesterday we were hearing full 2-second repeats. Lisa's voice trembled slightly through her scarf. So what? Multiple surfaces. Could be, Ben said, but it would need another chamber or side fissure to bounce sound. That doesn't show on topographic maps. No one spoke after that. The wind howled through the gulch like a freight tunnel, scattering our breath. I lay awake half the night, listening to the patterns shift. Sometimes one echo, sometimes two. And sometime after midnight, faint through the static roar, I heard my own voice whisper back, hold tension. I didn't sleep. None of us did, not really. The wind roared until the early hours, then cut out like a switch had been thrown. When silence returned, it was the kind that hurt your ears. Soaked in pressure, heavy with the weight of waiting. Our breath fogged inside the bevy shelter. Ice crusted the inside of the fabric. Ben's watch said 0442. He sat up, unzipped the tent flap, and looked out into the dim pre-dawn light. We'll move when the sun clears the ridge, he said quietly. Storms passed. Might as well use the daylight. Jared stirred beside me, face drawn. You hear it again last night. I nodded. Just once. Could have been the wind cutting back. Lisa said nothing. She was already lacing her boots, eyes distant. We packed up slower than usual. Gear straps had frozen solid, ropes stiff with ice. The thermometer on my pack read 9 degrees Fahrenheit. Once everything was stowed, we stepped back out into South Pass Gulch. The world looked brand new. Snow sculpted into clean drifts, rock faces glinting with thin sheaths of frost. No tracks anywhere. The footprints around camp were gone, erased to a blank slate. We began climbing toward the upper rim to get a better vantage point. The plan was simple: reach elevation, radio base, then reassess whether to continue the search or call for aerial support. The climb itself wasn't hard, but the snow crust made each step brittle. Every few feet, one of us would punch through to knee depth. By 07:15, we reached a ledge broad enough to set up the drone again. This time the wind cooperated. Ben powered it on, synced to his tablet, and sent it up. The live feed came through crisp. Ridge Lollies, the basin where we'd found Keller's gear yesterday. We scanned the screen for any sign of color, motion, or unusual shadow. Then Jared leaned closer. Wait, what's that? In the far corner of the basin, where the slope dipped under a shadowed overhang, a dark shape protruded from the snow, rectangular-edged, about a meter long. Could have been rock or a pack. Ben zoomed in. Could be debris, he said. Well, check it out. We logged the coordinates and began descending toward it. The route was slow and steep, forcing us to zigzag across icy ledges. Echoes still lingered in the gorge, but weaker now, more like breath than voice. Every so often, I'd hear my name whispered just below hearing range. When I turned, nothing but wind curling off the cliffs. The shape revealed itself around Zoet 30. It wasn't a rock, it was a pack. Half buried under hard snow. Straps stiff as iron. Ben and I dug it out with our axes while Lisa documented. The name patch was visible even before we unzipped it. M. Keller. Inside were standard contents: freeze-dried food packets, a map sealed in plastic, and a half-used spool of rope. The map caught our attention first. Keller had marked his road in pencil, small notations along the gulch's western face. At one point, he'd written, "Cozone, stay high," and circled it twice. Jared tilted the paper under the light. "Cozone," he said. "You think he noticed it too?" Ben frowned. Probably just marking acoustic distortion. Climbers use echoes to estimate depth sometimes. But he said it like someone trying to convince himself. We radioed base immediately. Signal came through patchy but readable. "Copy that, Team Finn." Coordinates received. The dispatcher said. "Any sign of Keller himself?" "Negative," Ben answered. "We've got his pack in partial gear. Requesting helicopter for aerial sweep once wind stabilizes." "Affirmative. You'll have visual by 1100 hours." We ended transmission and started a perimeter search. The ground near the pack was solid snow, no obvious tracks leading away. I moved about 10 yards downslope and found what looked like a shallow depression in the snowbank. Something heavy had once rested there. Lisa joined me, crouching. Body-sized. Could be. She ran her gloved hand along the indentation. "Snow melts wrong," she said. "Too smooth." Ben called over from a few meters away. "You two see this?" He was standing at the edge of the overhang, where a narrow crevice opened downward into darkness. I walked over. The fissure was maybe 4 feet wide, but deep enough that our headlamps couldn't touch bottom. Inside, air drifted up cold and steady. "This must be what he meant by echo zone," Ben said. "Sound channel." Jared peered in. "You think Keller went down there?" Ben didn't answer right away. "If he was roped in, maybe. But there's no anchor point." I leaned closer to the opening and called,
Martin Keller! This is search and rescue!
"Respond if you hear us." The echo came back distorted, as usual. But then a second layer followed, faint but clear enough to make us all go still. "Hear us?" Then, after a pause, helped Lisa drew in a breath. That wasn't an echo. Ben shook his head. Could be air pressure shift. Cavern structure like this can mimic. But he stopped mid-sentence. From the fissure came another sound. Short, sharp, metallic. A click, then silence. We waited a full minute. Nothing. Ben exhaled through his nose steady. "We'll mark the crevice for recovery team." "No one's going down without support." Jared looked reluctant. "If he's alive," Ben cut him off. "He's not. That pack's been frozen for weeks." Still, Jared kept staring at the dark opening as we backed away. By the time we returned to the ledge, the sun had finally reached the gulch rim. The air warmed slightly, and the echoes thinned out even more, as if daylight diluted them. We set a marker flag near the fissure and prepared extraction coordinates. The helicopter reached us at 157. Rotor wash kicked snow in every direction. We guided the landing with signal panels, then loaded gear while shouting over the noise. The pilot, a veteran named Curtis, leaned out of the cockpit. "You folks look like hell," he said through the mic. Ben handed him the pack. "We found Keller's equipment, but no sign of him." Curtis nodded, glancing at the gorge below. "That wind tunnel's bad juju. We call it the Singing Cut." "The what?" I asked. He grinned faintly. "Locals call it that. Says the sound travels weird down there. Back in the 70s, a couple of miners went missing. Same stretch. People swear you can still hear them calling." Ben shut the helicopter door harder than necessary. "Just get us back to base." The flight out was rough. Crosswinds tossed us side to side. Below, the gulch looked like a scar cutting through white skin. From above, you could see the strange geometry of it, an S curve that looped back toward itself before ending in a sheer cliff. Maybe that's what caused the doubled echoes, sound bouncing between the inner bends. We landed at Lander Airstrip by noon. The debrief was routine equipment recovered, probable fatal fall into crevice, retrieval pending when thaw conditions allow. I wrote the field report myself. Every detail, every timestamp, every reading. But I left out the voice. After the paperwork, I sat alone outside the hangar, watching snow drift across the tarmac. The wind carried faint resonance even here, though it was probably just aircraft noise from the canyon ridges. Still, I couldn't stop replaying that last call from the crevice. The pitch, the rhythm, it hadn't matched any of our voices. A week later, when the second team rappelled into the fissure, they found nothing. No body, no gear. Just 30 feet of narrow chute ending in collapsed rock. The base of it opened into a pocket of ice the size of a small room. Their instruments picked up microbaric pressure oscillations. Air shifting from the gulch above through a lattice of unseen cracks. The technician's report concluded that the unique geometry likely produces multiple delayed echo layers, capable of mimicking human speech under certain wind conditions. That was the official explanation. Ben accepted it. Lisa transferred out of the unit 3 months later. Jared stayed on but never spoke about South Pass Gulch again. I kept the whistle we found in my desk drawer for a while, until the night I woke to a faint sound in my apartment. 2 short bursts, like someone signaling from far away. I threw the whistle in a box and mailed it to the evidence locker the next morning. Sound plays tricks on you in open country. Distance, temperature, terrain. They bend it until you can't tell what's yours anymore. That's what I tell myself when I think back on that last night in the gulch, when my radio hissed and a voice. Quiet, worn, the way cold makes people sound older, said my name once, then added, "Hold tension." Then nothing but wind. My name is Parker Lowe. I work as a wilderness field technician under contract with the Idaho Search and Rescue Division, specializing in lost person navigation and terrain mapping throughout the Sawtooth Range. Most of my assignments involve short-term tracking, GPS calibration, or assisting volunteer teams with route verification after an incident. I'm not military or law enforcement, just a man who knows how to read a map in bad weather and how to find a trail when there isn't one left. The Sawtooths have a kind of silence you don't get anywhere else in Idaho. They're sharper than the name suggests. Long, ridged spines of granite with lakes that seem too cold to belong on Earth. Every ridge has its own wind, its own sound. Some sing in gusts. Others whistle through cracks like flutes. You learn to tell which ones will shift weather before the clouds even form. It was early September when we got the call about the missing mountaineer. His name was Henry Caswell, mid-40s, solo climber, last reported near the Thompson Peak area. He'd signed a trail log at Goat Lake 3 days before and hadn't been seen since. The local sheriff's office initiated the search, but once terrain data and elevation reports came in, the job was handed over to our technical field crew. I was assigned alongside a new partner, Elise Tran, a geology graduate who'd started consulting on slope stability for rescue teams that month. She was sharp, quiet, deliberate, the kind of person who took 3 seconds before answering any question. We met at base camp outside Stanley, Idaho, where the valley wind smelled of burnt pine from an old lightning strike. The first day, we focused on triangulating Caswell's possible route, using his GPS watch data. He'd been ascending toward the western ridge for his last logged coordinate, latitude 44.389, longitude 1429444. Then the signal froze. No distress ping, no emergency beacon, just silence. We packed light snow gaiters, emergency bevy sacks, 1 shared sat phone, and 2 Swento compasses, mine with a faint red scuff across the North Needle, hence the story's eventual nickname among the team, Red Needle. By noon, the elevation wind picked up, a thin current that slid between the peaks and rattled against our tent fly like static. We climbed through talus slopes, the kind of sharp scree that cut at boot soles. Elise led, marking waypoints with fluorescent tape. I trailed behind, cross-checking bearings with both compass and GPS. That was the first time I noticed something strange. Not supernatural, just off. My compass needle wasn't snapping cleanly north. It drifted, wobbled, then settled, but about 10 degrees west of where it should have. I tapped the faceplate. The red tip quivered, then corrected itself. Magnetic anomaly, Elise said when I showed her. Probably an iron deposit. The sawtooths have pockets of it. They can throw a needle for miles. She was right, of course. Still, I made a mental note. Bearings matter in this kind of terrain. A wrong azimuth can take you hours off route. We compensated, plotted a corrected heading, and moved on. By mid-afternoon, we reached a ridgeline plateau overlooking Goat Lake. That's when the wind changed. It came up fast. No warning, no thermal shift. Just a sudden surge that pressed fight against our jackets. I remember the sound more than the strength, a deep metallic hum, like someone dragging a cable over rock far below us. Elise heard it too. We both turned upslope at the same time. "You hear that?" I asked. "Yeah," she said, frowning. "Probably a pressure front bouncing off the valley. Sometimes the rock amplifies it." We both looked at the compass again. This time the needle wasn't wobbling, it was spinning. Slow, deliberate, a full rotation every 4 or 5 seconds. Not erratic, not jerky, steady. I thought maybe static discharge from the ridge was affecting the metal housing, but our GPS units were reading fine. The air didn't taste charged like before lightning. No radio interference either. Just the compass turning. We stood there for maybe 30 seconds, watching both our needles move in unison, red points tracing circles. Then Elise laughed. "That's new." Guess Caswell wasn't exaggerating in his notes. I frowned. His notes? She pulled a folded photocopy from her jacket pocket. The last page of Caswell's climb log the Rangers had found in his truck. It read, "Wind metallic. Compass breathing." We both laughed then, the nervous kind of laugh people use to push away unease. Field fatigue, dehydration, magnetic interference. It all makes sense, until you're standing there with a tool behaving like it's alive. By sunset, the wind eased, and the needles settled back to normal. We set up camp near a granite outcrop and boiled water from the melt stream. Our radios picked up faint static that evening, but it could have been topographic echo from other teams. Nothing unusual. Around 900 p.m., while logging coordinates, Elise asked, "Do you ever think about how much we trust the needle?" I looked up from my notebook. "All the time. It's weird," she said. "How we measure reality by a thing that floats. A drop of magnetized metal suspended in oil, telling us which way to walk. If it lies, everything else lies." I smiled. Then we get lost, she nodded, half to herself. The wind outside hissed against the nylon walls, softer now. We didn't talk much after that. The next morning, the ridge was covered in a frost film that glowed faintly under the early light. The valley below was still asleep, fog resting like breath in the pines. We packed up and started toward the northern saddle, following a faint boot path that matched Caswell's GPS trace. At about 400 feet, we found his first cache site, a small rock marked with a red climbing sling. Inside were an empty freeze-dried meal pouch, a cracked water filter cartridge, and a waterproof notebook. Elise pulled it out carefully. Half the pages were smeared, but one line near the back was still legible. Wind sings in metal. Compass listens. I took a photo for the record, sealed the notebook in a plastic bag, and reported coordinates to base. They logged it without comment. Cases like this always sit somewhere between eerie and procedural. You document, you don't interpret. We continued up the ridge toward his last known coordinate. The terrain grew sharper, granite spires jutting up like teeth. The wind stayed steady, but there was something strange about its rhythm. Gusts that pulsed evenly, like inhalation and exhalation. At one point Elise stopped, tilted her head, and said, "Do you hear?" But then shook it off. We reached a narrow ledge around noon. Below us stretched the valley basin, endless rock and light. No sign of Caswell, no gear, no fall marks. Just emptiness. While we were logging elevation data, I felt my compass tug again. North needle drifting, then settling flat against the base plate as if magnetized downward. That shouldn't happen. I lifted it higher, and it realigned briefly before spinning half a turn. "Okay," I said quietly. "Now it's pissing me off." Elise checked hers. "Same thing. Could be ferromagnetic rock," she said. "Or we're in a localized anomaly." The Forest Service mapped a few, but nothing this strong. We decided to test it. We placed both compasses side by side on a flat rock, clear of any metal gear. The needles didn't oppose or drift. They turned together, slowly, clockwise. One perfect revolution every 6 seconds. When they aligned north again, they froze. The wind picked up at that moment, whistling over the granite lip. The tone was high, metallic again, as if air were moving through hollow steel pipes buried beneath us. I remember feeling the vibration under my boots, faint but steady. Elise crouched, palm flat to the stone. "Feel that?" "Yeah." "Subsurface resonance. There might be a cavity under here. Could be air moving through fractured rock. That could explain the sound. Even the magnetism if there's enough iron content." Her voice was calm, clinical. Still, neither of us moved for a while. The sound had a strange cadence, almost patterned. We stayed another 10 minutes, then marked the coordinates and began descending back toward the tree line. The wind quieted as soon as we left the ridge. My compass returned to normal behavior. At camp that night, Elise wrote her report beside the firelight while I checked gear. "You think Caswell could have fallen into one of those cavities?" she asked. "Maybe," I said. "Could explain the missing body. Or he just went off trail chasing some magnetic illusion." She looked at me over the glow of the flame. "You don't sound convinced." I shrugged. "I've seen compasses do weird things before. Never in sync, though." "That's new." She didn't answer. Later that night, while the stars blurred behind thin cloud, I woke to a faint metallic hum. Not wind this time, more like distant wire tensioning. I unzipped the tent, expecting the usual alpine gusts, but the air was perfectly still. The sound seemed to come from the ridge above, low and steady, like the earth itself drawing breath. When I checked my compass again, the red needle was trembling. Not spinning, just a subtle pulse. Forward, back, forward again. As if something beneath the rock was quietly, patiently breathing. I told myself it was just resonance from shifting stone. Then I put the compass away and tried to sleep. The ridge stayed quiet through dawn. When the sun cleared the horizon, it washed the granite in a pale rose light that made every contour look soft, almost gentle. You could never tell at that hour that the range had taken lives. Elise was already up, crouched near the creek-filling bottles. She looked worn, dark smudges under her eyes, a stiffness in her shoulders. Neither of us had slept much. I brewed instant coffee, metallic and bitter, and we reviewed our plan. We'd head back upslope toward the coordinates, where the compass spun, set up a temporary station, and take readings every hour using 2 additional compasses from our backup kit. If the behavior repeated, we'd try to map its radius. By 7:30 a.m., the wind had started again. Thin, whispery brushing over the rocks like sandpaper. The air pressure felt slightly heavier, though the barometer said steady. We packed light and left camp standing. The ascent took us an hour, the talus shifting underfoot with that glassy crunch granite gets when it's newly fractured. Halfway up, Elise paused to check the first compass. It held true. Mine didn't. The red needle twitched, 1-degree pulses, like a heartbeat under glass. We reached the same ledge where we'd seen it spin yesterday. The light hit the slope differently now, morning instead of afternoon, and the granite surface gleamed with a faint reddish tint. Iron oxidation, I told myself. Nothing strange about that. We laid out both compasses again, this time placing a third as control, 30 feet down the slope. The top pair began their slow, synchronized rotation within minutes. The control compass stayed steady. Elise squinted through her data tablet. They're turning at 12 degrees per second. That's too uniform for random interference. What could make it that regular? She exhaled slowly. Could be magnetite veins under cyclic thermal stress. Heating and cooling patterns shifting magnetic fields in waves. Sounds almost alive, I said before I could stop myself. She didn't answer, but I saw the corner of her mouth tighten. We marked the site boundary with survey flags. When I tried to hammer the first stake into the soil, the steel pin rang like it hit metal only a few inches below the surface. The sound echoed, a hollow chime, faint but clear. I knelt, pressed my ear close. "Try again," Elise said. I struck the ground once more. Clang, same hollow note. She knelt beside me, brushed away the thin layer of scree. The rock beneath wasn't bare granite, but a slab of something smoother. Reddish, gray, streaked like hematite, but oddly uniform. It stretched beyond our view. Man-made, I asked. Unlikely, she said, running her glove along the surface. Could be a natural intrusion. Basalt sheet, maybe. But listen. She tapped it lightly with her ice axe. The sound rang longer than stone should. A vibration hummed through the handle. We both went still. Wind gusted just then, blowing grit into our faces. The compasses shifted faster. 2 full revolutions, then a stop, pointing dead east. My GPS blinked, froze, then rebooted itself. Elise muttered something under her breath and reset hers manually. We took soil samples and a few photographs before deciding to descend. We'd bring ground, penetrating radar on the next rotation if command approved. But as we started down, Elise's radio crackled. Short. Clipped bursts like someone keying the mic, but saying nothing. 3 seconds on, 2 off. Repeating, she raised an eyebrow. You transmitting? No. Yours might be picking up feedback from base. She shook her head. Different frequency. The signal faded as soon as we moved below the ridge line. She logged the event without comment. The descent was slow. The trail back toward Camp wound through a narrow couloir filled with scree. At one point, Elise slipped and caught herself on a ledge, cursing under her breath. I grabbed her pack strap and hauled her upright. She smiled, shaky but composed. When we finally reached camp, the sun was high. The air smelled faintly metallic again, like rain that never came. We boiled water, filtered the samples. and checked the sat phone for messages. Command wanted a progress report by 1500 hours. Elise handled most of the technical summary. I watched the clouds building over the eastern ridge, thick and gray. The wind came in irregular bursts now, shifting direction each time. When it passed through the tree line, the pines swayed in unison, then fell still. "Pressure's dropping," I said. "Could be a squall line." She didn't look up. "We'll ride it out here." At 20:40 p.m., we heard the first rumble. Not thunder, but something deeper, like rolling metal underfoot. The cups on our anemometer rattled, though the air barely moved. My compass needle began to drift again, slow circles. Elise's did the same. We stepped outside the tent. The entire valley felt charged. Hair prickling on skin, but no lightning smell. Just that hum, low and steady. Elise crouched, her hand hovering over the ground. "Feel that vibration?" "Yeah. Subsurface resonance again. Could be tectonic micro shift. But there's no seismic activity registered today." The hum deepened. A mechanical drone that seemed to move through the terrain, not above it. It pulsed every few seconds, rhythmic as a slow heartbeat. Then the wind returned, hard, sudden, cutting across the basin. The flags we'd set up along the ridge began to whip violently, though down in camp the air was almost still. I could see the red tape flashing like beacons far above, circling the same spot where the compasses spun. Elise was staring at them when she said quietly, "If he followed that sound, he might have gone toward the anomaly." "You think he tracked it uphill?" "Curiosity kills even the smart ones," she said. "He might have thought it was a cave entrance." We stood watching until the gusts died. Then, without saying it aloud, we both knew we'd have to check the ridge again before pulling out. We left camp gear behind except essentials: helmets, ropes, and locator beacons. I checked the sat phone battery, then clipped it to my harness. The climb felt heavier this time, as if the slope resisted. Wind pushed from every angle. Unpredictable, like cross currents in air. My altimeter ticked wrong, ascending values dropping, then resetting. When we reached the flags again, the light had gone strange. Clouds filtered the sun so everything glowed flat and metallic, shadowless. Elise moved straight to the slab we'd uncovered. She knelt, cleared more debris, revealing a circular depression about 3 feet wide, perfectly smooth around the edges. Inside was a fine layer of rust-colored dust. "Could be venting from below," she murmured. "Jaspseep mixed with iron oxide. That would explain the magnetism." She unlatched her multi-tool, scraped the dust aside, and the hollow tone returned, clearer than before, like striking an empty tank. We froze. The sound echoed faintly down the ridge, followed by another, distant, delayed by about 2 seconds, as if something below had answered. "Cow." "Probably," she replied, though her voice didn't sound certain. We took a step back. The wind gusted through the depression and produced that same metallic hum we'd heard since day one. It rose in pitch until the compass needles began to turn again. Smooth, synchronized, steady as before. Elise's radio hissed, then caught a fragment of voice. Just one syllable drawn out, indiscernible. She lowered the volume, her eyes meeting mine. "Feedback from the wind," she said. "Yeah," I said, though we both knew the channel had been off. We decided to mark the anomaly and retreat before weather turned worse. As we packed the instruments, I noticed the frost line along the slab's edge had melted, though air temperature hadn't changed. The rock looked damp, almost sweating. We started down in silence. Halfway to camp, Elise stumbled again. Not a fall this time, just stopped mid-step, staring downslope. "What is it?" "Nothing," she said after a moment. "Thought I saw movement near the tree line." There was nothing there, just shifting light through the pines. Back at camp, the barometer dropped another half inch. We secured everything for potential rain. By nightfall, the wind was relentless, buffeting the tent walls with bursts that made the nylon shudder. Elise sat cross-legged, typing on her tablet. Well, recommend a geological survey for the ridge. Could be a new iron intrusion. Might explain why Caswell's compass failed and he went off route. I nodded. You think that's all it was? She paused, then said softly, I think that's all it has to be. Outside, the wind shifted again. For a moment it came through the valley in one long, low exhale. And every compass in the tent twitched together, 3 tiny red needles, moving in perfect unison before settling east. Neither of us spoke after that. Around midnight, I woke to a rustling sound. Elise wasn't in her sleeping bag. I found her just outside, standing at the edge of the creek. Flashlight aimed toward the ridge. What are you doing? I asked. She didn't turn. Listening. The hum was there again, barely audible, pulsing through the ground like distant machinery. I think it's airflow, she said, moving through fractures. It's rhythmic because the wind speed changes as temperature drops. Like a breathing cycle. You really believe that? She finally looked at me. It's the only explanation that keeps me sane enough to sleep. The beam of her flashlight caught the compass hanging from her neck. The needle quivered, then steadied, pointing, not north, not east, but directly toward the ridge where the sound came from. By dawn the hum was gone, replaced by a silence so complete it pressed on the eardrums. Even the creek seemed to move without sound, water folding over itself like cloth. I woke first, stepped out into the cold, and saw Elise already up the slope, maybe 50 yards from camp, scanning the ridge through her binoculars. She lowered them when she noticed me. The surface frost didn't come back, she said. That slab should have frozen again overnight, but it didn't. Residual heat from the intrusion, I said, still half asleep. We should head back to base. She didn't answer, just kept watching the ridge. Then, give me an hour. I want one more look before we leave. I almost argued, but there was something in her tone, measured, certain, that stopped me. I nodded, poured water into the small pot, and watched her shoulders shrink against the slope until the fog swallowed her. The valley held that kind of morning where you can't tell the time. Cloud light flattens everything, erases distance. I listened for her radio check. Nothing. 20 minutes passed, then 40. The hum returned, faint at first, a low resonance bleeding through the ground, growing steadier. Elise. Come in, I said into the mic. No reply. I climbed after her, slow but deliberate. The wind was still mild then, just enough to move my jacket zipper. Halfway up, I saw her boot prints veering from our old flag line, toward a higher outcrop. When I reached it, she was crouched beside the depression we'd uncovered yesterday, holding the compass flat against her palm. It's steady, she said when I caught up. No rotation now. But feel this. She set the compass on the slab. The needle held perfectly north. Then, almost imperceptibly, it began to quiver, forward, back, like before, but slower, more deliberate. Airflow beneath, I said automatically, though I could barely hear my own voice over the deep vibration beneath us. She nodded, eyes still fixed on the needle. If there's a cavity down there, it's not shallow. It's resonating like a chamber. The sound rose, not louder but sharper, metallic undertones splitting the hum into chords. It didn't feel like an echo anymore. It felt directed, patterned. Elise, I said. We should log it and leave. I just want to measure one more. The compass spun. One clean revolution, smooth as clockwork. Then stopped dead. Wind surged across the ridge, hard enough to stagger us. I grabbed her arm. The ground underfoot trembled. Not a quake, not enough to break stone. Just that subtle flex of terrain like pressure adjusting deep below. Now, I said. We're done. She nodded, and we started down. The wind was no longer gusting. It moved in long waves, steady and heavy. Each time it pushed, the needles on our compasses swung east, then settled flat. We hit the lower trail within half an hour, but the vibration didn't fade. It followed us down the slope, distant but consistent. At one point, Elise turned and said, "You feel that in your chest?" "Yeah," I said, "like bass through concrete." Neither of us spoke again until camp came into view. Our gear was scattered. The tent half collapsed. One of the sample cases tipped over, its contents dusted with that same red film. The barometer had dropped to its lowest mark since we'd arrived. Elise knelt, opened her tablet, and began uploading data to the sat phone relay. The signal lagged, cutting in and out. After the third failure, she shut the lid and stared at the ridge. "We could stay one more night," she said. "Try to record the magnetic field shift as the temperature changes." "We could," I said, "but I'm not sure we should." She looked at me then. Calm. Assessing. "You think it's dangerous?" "I think it's unpredictable," I said. "And unpredictable out here means dangerous." For a while, the only sound was the wind working its way through the valley. Then she said, quietly, "He might still be under there. Caswell. If the cavity collapsed, it could have trapped him. That would explain the vibration if it's airflow through fissures." It was a theory, plausible enough to cling to. Anything was better than the alternative thought, creeping around the edges of reason, that maybe what we'd been hearing wasn't a natural frequency at all, but something mechanical, something built and forgotten. By mid-afternoon, clouds thickened. The wind picked up grit from the slope, making the air shimmer red. We packed quickly, radioed base for extraction in 24 hours, and decided to relocate closer to the tree line for shelter. The hike down was uneventful until the last switchback. That's where I saw it. Half buried in a washout, maybe 10 feet off the trail, a fragment of something metallic. I brushed away the dirt, expecting rebar or old mining scrap, but it was thin, curved, almost cylindrical, no thicker than my wrist and warm to the touch. "Lice," I called. She knelt beside me, studied it without speaking. Then she reached out, tapped it lightly with a carabiner. The sound it made wasn't dull metal. It rang, clean and hollow, fading slowly into the wind. "Pipeline," I said. "No record of one up here." She murmured, unless it's glacial conduit lined with iron deposits." The way she said it, even she didn't believe it. We left it where it lay. That night the wind never stopped. It came in waves that matched the pulse of the vibration beneath us. Steady intervals like timed machinery. The compass on my wrist twitched every few seconds. I tried to ignore it, focused on the sound of my breath instead. Sometime past midnight, Elise spoke from her side of the tent. "If you could hear something the mountain was saying, would you want to know what it meant?" Her voice was calm, but there was something hollow in it. "I'd rather understand it," I said. "Meaning comes later." She didn't reply. At 300 a.m., the vibration intensified. It rolled through the ground hard enough to rattle our stove and make the tent poles hum. The compass spun once, then froze flat again, pointing straight toward the ridge. Elise unzipped the tent. Cold air rushed in, sharp and dry. "Don't," I said. "I just want to see if it's seismic." She stepped out, flashlight beam cutting through the dark. The wind was wild now, pulling her hair across her face. I followed her, every instinct screaming that something was about to give way. At the ridge crest, the sound reached its peak. Low, resonant, metallic as a struck bell. The slab we'd uncovered 2 days ago was glowing faintly under the moonlight, condensation glimmering across it like sweat. Elise approached it, crouched, and placed her hand on the surface. "Warm," she whispered. "It's warm." Then the wind hit again, stronger than any storm gust. She staggered backward, nearly fell. I grabbed her jacket, hauled her down behind a boulder. The sound pulsed once more, then cut off. Abrupt, absolute. The silence that followed felt heavier than noise. When we looked back, the slab's glow had dimmed. Nothing moved. We waited another 10 minutes before descending. The vibration was gone. Completely gone. By morning, the ridge looked normal. Compasses steady, air still. Even the red tint on the stone had faded. We packed without a word. As we hiked out, Elise stopped at the trail junction and glanced back one last time. "You think it'll start again?" she asked. "Maybe," I said. Or maybe it was never the ridge. Maybe it was just us tuning into something we weren't supposed to measure. She smiled faintly, like someone conceding a point they don't want to believe. When we reached the truck, I called base to confirm extraction complete. They logged our report without comment, told us the data packets from the night before never came through. No seismic readings, no barometric anomalies. The magnetic data files were blank. 2 days later, after we filed our written summaries, I received a note from Elise. Just a single line: "The ridge is quiet again. But my compass still breathes." I checked mine. The red needle stayed still for a moment, then pulsed once, barely visible. And that was it. Officially, the Caswell case remains unresolved. The final report lists probable cause of disappearance as accidental fall into subsurface void, unlocated. Our field notes mention magnetic interference consistent with mineralization. Unofficially, every tech who's gone up there since says their bearings flicker once near the summit, even on clear days. The Forest Service chalks it up to localized magnetite. Maybe they're right. Still, sometimes when I check the compass before a mission, I'll see that slow, rhythmic quiver of the red needle. Forward, back, forward again, like breath behind glass. And I can almost hear it, the faint, metallic wind moving through the bones of the mountain. Steady as a heartbeat that hasn't stopped, just gone deeper underground. My name is Aaron Doss, and I have been climbing for 12 years, though I still hesitate to call myself an expert. Experience in the Sierra teaches you humility faster than skill. I live in Fresno, close enough to the park that I can be at the trailhead by sunrise. The climb that changed how I think about mountains, about what they hide, began as a simple weekend plan. It was mid-May 2 years ago. The snowmelt had opened most of the upper approaches around Tioga Pass, and I wanted to scout a lesser-known formation locals call Split Peak. The name barely shows up on topo maps. An unofficial nickname for a pair of narrow granite spires divided by a deep vertical cleft. The route looked clean and challenging, about 800 feet of mixed trad and sport climbing. That same week, news spread about 2 teenagers, siblings from Modesto, who'd gone missing after setting out for a dawn climb, somewhere near the same ridgeline. Search teams were combing nearby canyons. I remember reading about it the night before, assuming they'd simply taken a wrong trail. Missing climbers usually turn up within a day, once daylight and signal coverage help. I drove up before dawn, coffee cooling in a metal mug balanced between my knees. The highway curved through pine shadows, the first pink light dusting the granite domes. It felt like every other trip, gear in the back, playlist humming. That steady hum of nerves you get before a solo climb. By the time I parked near the trailhead pull off, there were 2 other vehicles, a Forest Service pickup and a red Subaru plastered with rescue decals. A man in a faded windbreaker leaned against the guardrail, scanning the slope through binoculars. He turned when he heard my door slam. "Morning," I said. He nodded. "You climbing or hiking?" "Climbing. Split Peak, if I can find the base," He lowered the binoculars, considering me. You know there's a search up there.
Yeah, I read about it.
Stay clear of the canyon mouth past mile marker 8. Crews are rigging ropes down into the main crack. Whole sections unstable. I promised I would. He gave a thin smile that didn't reach his eyes. They always promise, he said quietly. I set off anyway. The trail rose through manzanita and loose scree. By 7 a.m. the air had thinned to that crisp mountain bite that smells like sun, warmed stone. Split Peak came into view around the second switchback, a pair of jagged pillars, straddling a shadow so deep it looked painted in. From distance the cleft appeared wide enough to swallow a person whole. I'd planned to climb the western spire, keeping clear of the main fissure, but as I reached the base I saw the rescue tape strung across an anchor post. CROP ZUMB in black marker. Ropes dangled down the gap like veins. I should have turned back right then, but curiosity in the mountains carries a particular arrogance. You convince yourself you're only looking, not intruding. Voices drifted up from the crack. 2 men talking over the hiss of radios. I crouched at the rim and peered down. The fissure dropped straight into darkness, maybe 60 feet before turning out of sight. The rock walls were glass, smooth in some places, fractured in others, like a frozen waterfall of granite. Hey! Someone shouted from below. Stay back from the edge. I flinched and stepped away. A helmeted head appeared a few meters down, face shaded by visor. The climber clipped into the rope, swinging slightly as he adjusted his stance. You Aaron Doss, he called. That startled me. Yeah. He laughed once, short. One of your buddies radioed that you were heading this way. We could use a hand if you're comfortable on rappel. I hesitated. I thought you didn't want civilians near the site. Normally, yeah. But we've got limited manpower, and light's good right now. There's something snagged about halfway down. Might be one of the kids' packs. You can anchor from up top. Just don't touch the main line. That was all it took to override caution. Helping out felt like the right thing. Earnest, even noble. I set my own line a few feet from theirs, triple, checked the knots, clipped in, and began the descent. Granite rasped beneath my gloves as I lowered myself inch by inch. The crevice narrowed quickly, air cooling around me. I could smell damp moss and mineral dust, hear water dripping somewhere below. The sunlight faded within 10 feet, replaced by a dim shimmer from headlamps fixed along the wall, markers left by the team. About 30 feet down. The rope rubbed against something uneven. I looked over my shoulder and froze. A strip of fabric fluttered from the rock face, caught under a small ledge, bright teal nylon, the kind used in climbing jackets. I reached out and tugged gently. It didn't come free. Beneath it, the stone bulged outward with an odd softness. My glove pressed into something pliant before my brain registered the texture. It wasn't stone. It was cloth stretched over flesh, frozen stiff. I recoiled so hard the rope spun me against the wall. My light swept across the cavity, illuminating a small form jammed into a diagonal crack. The color of the jacket matched the missing girl's description I'd seen online. Her body was wedged tight, one arm folded unnaturally under her chest. A headlamp strap circled her forehead, the light still blinked faintly. Long expired batteries pulsing in irregular beats. Jesus, I muttered. A voice echoed up from below. What'd you find? I couldn't answer right away. My mouth had gone dry. I think one of them. She's here. "Don't move her," came the reply. "We're almost to you." But their lights were still far below, maybe 20 feet. The walls groaned softly, as though the mountain had shifted its weight. Pebbles rattled past my helmet and disappeared into the dark. I steadied my breathing, forcing myself to look again. The girl's face was turned toward the rock, half hidden, but her other hand clutched something metallic. A carabiner fused with frost. Her harness line ran upward, disappearing into a narrow seam higher in the wall. I followed it with my beam. The rope vanished into blackness above, frayed and torn near where mine passed. Then something flickered. Another light. It came from deeper in the crevice, lower down and to the right. A faint, rhythmic blink, like a pulse underwater. "Hold up," I called. "There's another light down here." "That's probably the second headlamp," one of them answered. "Can you see how far?" "Hard to tell. Maybe 20 more feet." A pause, static crackling through their radio. "Copy that. Don't descend past your anchor. Rock's unstable below that ledge." I wanted to obey. I did. But the light kept blinking, and in that moment, with the adrenaline and the cold and the silence, it felt wrong to leave it unseen. I lowered myself another 2 feet, just enough to peer around the overhang. The fissure widened slightly into a pocket where the walls bowed apart. The second headlamp hung upside down, still attached to a helmet. The helmet itself was jammed under a wedge of rock, no body visible. The beam flickered once, twice, then steadied. For a second I thought I saw movement behind it, like fabric shifting. But then the stone under my left boot shuddered. A low, hollow crack rolled through the fissure, followed by a shower of gravel. The man below shouted, "Up rope." Now, I hauled hard, boots scraping, gloves burning. The wall trembled again. A slow motion exhale of the mountain. The girl's jacket tore as my rope brushed it, sending a puff of frost into the air. I caught a last glimpse of that blinking headlamp before dust swallowed it. Then the sound came, a deep grinding, like 2 teeth biting together. The fissure closed a fraction, enough to pinch my line against the rock. My body jolted to a stop mid-air. "Line stuck," I yelled. "Hold still," someone barked. "We're securing top anchor." I dangled there, the weight of silence pressing in. Bits of gravel ticked off my helmet. I didn't dare look down, but I felt the vibration through the rope. The earth settling again. After maybe 30 seconds, the tension eased. I could move. "All right, bring him up," the voice commanded. The pull from above tightened my harness, jerking me upward in short bursts. Every scrape echoed like thunder. When I reached the rim, 2 rescuers hauled me over the edge, breath steaming in the morning light. "You okay?" one asked. "Yeah," I said, though my voice came out cracked. They unhooked me quickly and coiled the rope. The man who'd called me down crouched at the edge, peering into the darkness that had swallowed the lights. "We can't go back in until the rock stabilizes," he murmured. "What about—" I started, but he shook his head. "Not safe. If they're down there, they've been gone a while." He stood, brushed dust from his gloves, and gave me a look halfway between sympathy and reprimand. "You shouldn't have been on that wall. You're lucky it didn't shear while you were on it." I nodded, guilt threading through the relief. Behind us, the wind rose, scattering pine needles across the ledge. I turned once more toward the fissure. The gap looked narrower now, the inner walls almost touching. The headlamp glows were gone. By the time we hiked back to the trailhead, the air had warmed and the valley below shimmered in heat haze. Helicopters circled in the distance, their blades thumping like heartbeats. Reporters waited by the road, cameras aimed at the rescue trucks. I told them nothing. That night, alone in a cheap motel outside Oakhurst, I replayed the descent over and over. The feel of the frozen jacket against my glove. The way the light blinked below. Steady, patient, as if waiting for me. I kept telling myself it was just a trick of dying batteries. Coincidence of timing. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw both headlamps pulsing out of sync, like two signals calling from different depths of the same grave. And somewhere in between them, for one heartbeat before the rock shifted, I could have sworn I heard a rope creak, as if someone else were still moving down there. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I started to drift, the sound of grinding stone cut through the dark, like the mountain chewing air. By 2 a.m., I was sitting up on the edge of the motel bed, staring at my rope bag beside the door. The smell of dust and granite still clung to it. By dawn, I'd made up my mind to drive back. I told myself it was to return some of the borrowed gear the search team had lent me, but that was a lie. I wanted another look. When something happens on a wall, something half seen or felt, it clings to your mind until you trace it clean. The road up to the ridge was empty except for one ranger truck parked near the turnout. I recognized the man from the day before, the one with binoculars. He saw my car approach and stepped into the road, waving me down. "Morning again," he said flatly. "You lost, no? Left a few things near the site yesterday." He squinted. "What closed the approach overnight? Whole faces on watch for secondary shift. You were the civilian climber, right?" "DOS." I nodded. He leaned his forearms on the open window. "Look, Aaron. The crack moved 2 inches overnight. Sensors picked up microquakes under the south spire. We're not sending anyone in until it settles." "Did they recover anything?" I asked. He shook his head. "Just fragments of rope and one helmet shell. We'll get the rest when it's safe." I thanked him, turned the car around like I meant it, then parked farther down the shoulder and waited. When his truck disappeared around the bend, I hiked in from the old service road. The morning light burned gold through the pines. Every step up the slope felt heavier than it should have, like the ground wanted me to reconsider. I followed the previous day's prints until they vanished under fallen scree. The sound of helicopters was gone now. Even the wind seemed to hesitate. When I reached the base of Split Peak, the ropes were gone. No crews. No tape, just anchor bolts gleaming faintly in the sun. The fissure looked different in daylight. Narrower, almost cautious. It didn't gape like before it soaked, as if trying to hide what it had shown me. I sat on a boulder near the rim, pulled out my thermos, and watched the shadow crawl slowly down the opposite wall. Part of me hoped I'd see nothing, that I could convince myself it had all been adrenaline and poor light. But the silence down there wasn't normal. You expect echoes in canyons. This one just absorbed sound, like water swallowing a pebble. I tossed a small rock in. No impact, no clatter, just gone. The unease built until it felt physical. I clipped a quick anchor, tied in a fresh line, and lowered a GoPro I'd brought. An old one ducked, taped to a carabiner, red light blinking. I let it descend 50 feet, then reeled it back up. The lens was scratched, dusted with powder. When I replayed the footage on my phone, most of it was gray static from low light. But a few frames near the end caught something faint, a shimmer like condensation on glass, then a pulse of brightness, almost rhythmic. I couldn't tell if it came from reflection or another light source deeper in. That was enough. I packed up and hiked back toward the trailhead, thinking I'd show the footage to someone who actually knew what they were doing. But down near the switchback, I ran into a guy coming up the opposite direction. A young climber, maybe mid-20s, wiry and sunburned, a rope coiled across his chest. "You Das?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm Nate. I was on the lower team yesterday." I recognized his voice immediately. He was the one who'd called for me to come up when the rock shifted. "Did they send you back?" I asked. He shook his head. "Off duty." I couldn't leave it alone either. We both laughed softly at that. Climbers have a strange way of understanding obsession without needing to justify it. Nate dropped his pack beside mine. "We shouldn't be here," he said. But there wasn't conviction in it. "Command'll have our hides if they find out. Then we don't get caught." He smiled grimly. "You planning to go back down?" "I just want to check the rim. See if the rock moved more than it looks." We ascended together, careful not to step on the loose patches. At the top, Nate crouched near the edge and examined the cracks spidering across the surface. "See that?" he said. "Sheared clean, like the rock flexed. Could have been the freeze. Thaw," I said, though my voice lacked certainty. He looked at me. "You saw her yesterday, didn't you?" I nodded. His jaw tightened. "We got the boy's name. Tyler, 17. The sister, Kaylee, was 15. Their dad drove up last night, waiting at the ranger station." He paused, eyes on the void. "Funny thing. Tyler's GPS pinged around midnight, half a mile downslope. Then it vanished again." I frowned. Could be battery drift. Could be. He didn't sound convinced. "They sent a drone. No heat, no visual. The wind shifted, blowing cold up from the fissure. It carried a smell like wet metal." Nate leaned in slightly, trying to peer into the darkness. "You hear that?" At first I thought it was wind whistling through the gap. Then I realized it was a faint tapping, irregular, almost delicate. 2 knocks close together, then silence, then another. We froze. "Loose rock," I whispered. "Maybe." But the sound came again. Higher up this time, closer to where I'd found the girl wedged the day before. Nate uncoiled a few feet of rope, clipped in. "I'll check the top few meters. Don't want another slide." I should have stopped him, but I didn't. He eased over the lip, boots scraping. His headlamp flicked on even though daylight still reached the upper rim. "Anything," I called. "Hold up," he said. "Looks like." The rest was lost in a sharp crack. The ledge beneath him shifted half an inch, dust pouring out like smoke. His body swung against the wall. "I'm fine," he shouted, though his voice trembled. "Rope's good." I scrambled to the anchor, tightening the belay. "Don't move." He steadied himself and slowly climbed back up. When his hand gripped the edge, I grabbed his wrist and hauled him over. We lay there for a moment, breathing hard. "Jesus," he muttered. "Rock's breathing again." He wasn't wrong. The mountain seemed to expand and contract, subtle enough you could feel it in your knees. The tapping had stopped. We packed up fast, neither of us wanting to linger. Before leaving, Nate reached into his pocket and pulled out something small. "Found this wedged in the crack," he said. It was a keychain light, cheap plastic, cracked casing. When he pressed the button, it blinked once, then again, then died. Could be hers, he said. I nodded but didn't answer. We hiked out mostly in silence. At the car, Nate said he'd head to the ranger station to hand over the light. I told him I'd follow later, though I knew I wouldn't. On the drive down, I kept glancing at the rearview mirror. The ridge stayed in sight longer than it should have, the twin spires like broken teeth above the tree line. Every few turns the radio crackled, just static, but patterned enough to sound like faint Morse. Tap, tap, pause, tap. That night, back home, I transferred the GoPro footage to my computer. I slowed the final seconds frame by frame. The flicker that had looked like reflection now appeared more deliberate, pulsing in threes, pausing. Then two, I compared it to Morse code charts online. K.A. Kaylee's initials. I shut the laptop and sat in the dark for a long time. At 10:47 p.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something in me answered. Dus. The voice was faint, crackled with interference. Yeah. Who's this? Nate. He sounded breathless. You still up? Yeah. What's going on? I turned the keychain light in. Rangers logged it. But half an hour ago, they called back. They found another one. Same make. Still blinking. They swear it wasn't there earlier. Where? At the bottom of the south spire. He hesitated. And Aaron, it was warm. The line clicked dead. I sat staring at my phone, waiting for it to ring again. It didn't. Outside, a freight train passed somewhere across town, horn wailing through the heat. The sound made my chest tighten. I replayed the scene in my head. The narrow crack, the blinking lights, the grinding shift of stone. There was no reason for a flashlight or keychain to stay lit for days. Batteries don't work like that. I checked the footage again, looking for any sign of trickery. Light bounce, dust glint. Instead, I noticed something I hadn't before. As the GoPro descended, the camera passed over a dark smear on the granite, almost like a shadow. But the shadow moved opposite the camera angle, curling slightly upward as if reacting to the light. That was enough screen time for one night. I shut everything off and lay back, the hum of the refrigerator filling the silence. Around midnight, the power flickered. My alarm clock reset. I got up to check the breaker. Everything seemed fine. When I turned back toward the living room, a tiny red blink reflected in the window. I froze. It came from my rope bag by the door, the same one I'd taken up split peak. One slow, fading pulse, then another. By the time I crossed the room and opened the bag, the light had gone out. Inside was only coiled rope, chalk-stained gloves, and a single carabiner I didn't remember owning. Small, worn smooth at the gate, the metal cold even in the warm room. I set it on the table, turned off the lamp, and sat in the dark again, listening. Somewhere far off, faint enough to question, came the sound of stone shifting. I didn't call anyone that night. Maybe I should have, but explaining a blinking light inside a rope bag felt like asking to be dismissed. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, the carabiner resting on the table a few feet away. I kept waiting for it to glow again. It didn't. By sunrise, exhaustion and curiosity blurred together. I packed coffee in a thermos and threw the rope bag in the trunk. The plan, if it even counted as one, was to drive north again, find Nate, and hand over the gear to be done with it. Closure by distance. The valley road was empty that early. The mountains ahead were pale blue shapes rising out of fog. I rolled the window down, breathing in the cold air, trying to convince myself I wasn't returning for answers, just for peace. When I reached the ranger station, 2 vehicles were parked out front and marked. SUV and Nate's dented Subaru. He was sitting on the hood, hands wrapped around a gas station coffee cup. "You look like hell," he said as I pulled up. "Didn't sleep." "Yeah." "Me neither." He hopped down and nodded toward the office door. "They're talking about sealing off the whole site. State geologists found subsidence under both spires. Could go at any time." "Good," I said. "Maybe that mountain wants to be left alone." He studied me for a moment. "You still have that footage?" "Yeah." "Don't show it to them." "Why?" "Because it doesn't help. They want clean explanations. Fault lines, moisture pressure. Anything but what we actually saw." He took a slow breath. "They found the boy's harness this morning, wedged 10 feet higher than where you stopped yesterday. Rope ends melted, like it got pulled through something hot." We both fell quiet. A ranger stepped outside, gave us a polite nod, and walked toward the lot. The smell of pine and diesel filled the air. Nate said softly, "You coming back up?" "Not unless I have to." "Then don't." But even as he said it, we both knew I would. The afternoon clouds built fast, those heavy cirrus stacks that look like they've been carved from stone. By 3 o'clock, rain threatened. I waited until the last ranger truck left, then started up the slope alone. My legs ached from 2 days of climbing, but each step forward felt like obligation. At the overlook, the spires looked smaller somehow, as if retreating into haze. The fissure was barely visible through the shifting mist. The ground trembled occasionally. Small, nervous movements underfoot. I tied in one last time, though I wasn't planning to descend. The gesture steadied me. I clipped the unfamiliar carabiner to my harness, its metal biting cold through the glove. "All right," I murmured to the air. "You win, I'm here." For a long moment nothing moved. Then, somewhere down the crack, a dim pulse of light answered. 2 slow flashes, like breath. Every logical part of me said to leave. But curiosity is its own gravity. I edged to the rim and lowered the GoPro again, careful, controlled. The camera drifted through fog, the red record light barely visible. 30 feet down, the line tugged. I thought it snagged on stone until the tension changed. Gentle, deliberate, like someone below had brushed it. I pulled back once, twice. The line tugged in response. 2 pulls, 1 pause. My chest tightened. Morse again. K.A. The rope in my hand began to sway. Not violently. Just enough that I could feel the movement travel upward from the depths. Small and human, like breathing through the cord. Then it went still. I hauled the camera up fast. When it surfaced, the lens was cracked. Screen black. Whatever it had caught was gone. That was when I heard the voice. Faint beneath the wind, rising from the fissure. Just one word. Barely shaped. "Aaron." Not shouted. Spoken. Tired. Almost kind. It's strange how fear and recognition can arrive together. I knew that voice couldn't belong to anyone living, yet it felt near enough to touch. I backed away, shaking my head, heart pounding. "No," I said out loud, as if saying it would break whatever held me. The wind rose again, carrying dust and the smell of iron. The carabiner on my harness vibrated softly, a high metallic hum. I unclipped it, dropped it onto the granite, and stepped back. The hum didn't stop. It deepened until the rock beneath my boots trembled in rhythm. Tiny pebbles danced. I ran. By the time I reached the tree line, the sound had faded into the storm. Rain began to fall. Hard, cold, insistent. I didn't look back. That night I stayed at a campground outside Groveland, too tired to drive home. My tent sagged in the rain. I poured whiskey into the thermos and watched lightning crawl along the distant ridge. Every flash lit Split Peak for a heartbeat. Twin pillars in silhouette, a scar of brightness between them. I tried to rationalize everything. Microseisms, echo distortion, stress hallucination, all plausible, all tidy. But each explanation felt like sandpaper against something that didn't want to be smoothed. Around midnight, thunder rolled long and low. My phone buzzed once, unknown number again. I let it ring out. When the voicemail alert came, I hesitated, then played it. The message was 2 seconds of static, then 3 faint taps. I turned off the phone, shoved it in the pack, and waited for dawn. Weeks passed. Work resumed, life flattened out. Friends asked if I'd been climbing lately. I told them I was taking a break. I sold most of my trad gear online, kept only the helmet and a single belay device for memory's sake. Summer faded. Then, in late August, I got a letter. Handwritten. Return address from Modesto. The envelope was thin, paper warped by moisture. Inside was a short note, Mr. Doss. This was found with my daughter's belongings when they returned them to us. She'd written your name on the inside of her climbing journal. Said you'd taught her rope management during a course 2 summers ago. Thank you for trying to help. M. Jensen. I stared at the signature for a long time. I didn't remember teaching anyone by that name, but maybe she'd been part of a larger group. Or maybe she'd mistaken someone else for me. At the bottom of the envelope was a small item wrapped in tissue paper. I unfolded it carefully. A keychain light. When I pressed the button, nothing happened. I exhaled, half relieved, half sad. Then, as I set it down on the desk, it flickered once. 3 short pulses, a pause, 2 more. I left it burning until it died again. Autumn brought early snow. News came through the local climbing forum that a section of Split Peak had collapsed during a storm, sealing most of the fissure. The post said geologists were studying the debris field. No recovery planned. I drove up once more in November, just to see. The road past Tioga was closed, so I hiked the last mile alone through shallow drifts. The spires were gone, replaced by a jumble of fractured slabs. The mountain looked clean, newly cut, as if it had exhaled and finally rested. I walked to the edge where the crack had been. Only a faint depression remained, dusted with snow. The quiet was total. No wind, no birds, not even the usual groan of ice shifting. I knelt, brushed snow from a flat rock, and set the dead keychain light there. For a second I thought I saw it glint, but it was just sun breaking through the clouds. Rest easy, I said. The words didn't echo. They simply hung there, absorbed by the cold air. When I turned to leave, I noticed a thin seam running across the rock under my boots. A crack so fine it could have been mistaken for a scratch. It stretched in both directions, vanishing under snow, the faintest hint of depth below. I stepped back. It didn't widen, but I felt the old pressure beneath it, the slow shifting of stone that never really stops. Maybe the mountain doesn't keep the dead. Maybe it keeps their echoes. Back at the car, I started the engine and watched the condensation fade from the windshield. The radio hissed before catching signal. Some AM station, distant and weak. Between the static, I could almost hear a pattern too. Knocks, a pause. One more. I turned it off, let the silence return. On the drive down, I didn't look in the mirrors. They sealed Split Peak Trail the next spring. A new sign went up at the overlook, Stiebly Juolo Jwai. No a CCSS Bion Tris Pianti. I saw photos online. Tourists posing beside the barrier, smiling, unaware. The mountain looked peaceful from that angle. Just another piece of granite among thousands. But sometimes, when storms roll through the Sierra and the house shivers in the wind, I still catch the faint tick of metal against wood from where my gear hangs in the closet. Like a carabiner swaying gently, remembering. I never climb alone anymore, and I don't answer unknown numbers.